Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session in the Space Solar Power Symposium. What we're trying to go here and do now is work on the convergence as to things that we can do going forward, particularly in the near term, to retire with real and perceived cost, schedule, and technical risk. A key aspect on that is being able to pull together a coherent designs with respect to end-to-end systems. We have presentations coming forward with respect to folks that have very pragmatic, real experience in using power beaming, to try and accomplish something. We have presentations on the relationships between power and ancillary services in terms of the practical aspects of how it is that we deal with being interoperable nodes in the emerging LunaNet, interoperability specification. So we're diving into the details in a variety of senses here. Look forward to the range of things from economics to engineering that we'll be addressing. Let's go forward. And now John Mankins, in his capacity as the founder and CEO of Mankins Space Systems, is taking the floor.
Thank you, Gary. This is essentially an update with a little bit of background on SPS Alpha Mark IV. I'm going to be sharing with you the little bit of background, going to go through it quickly. History and background on SPS Alpha, the concept. A little bit of status on some key technology challenges. Some little bit of discussion on prospective applications, and then conclusions in a closing statement. This should take about 2 hours. Okay. I like to put this up so that we remember where we came from. In space solar power, the concept goes back to the 1940s, a science fiction story called Reason, in astounding science fiction by Isaac Asimov. He got the physics all wrong, which was very rare for him. And in the 1950s, of course, the beginnings of the space age and the development of rocketry and photovoltaic cells and satellites, and two very, very brilliant and visionary people, Dr. Peter Glaser of Arthur and Bill Brown, William R. Brown of the Raytheon Corporation. Bill Brown, who was a practical one, who invented power transmission using microwaves, and Peter Glaser, who was a engineering program manager on the Apollo 11 laser retroreflector experiment, but also came up with the first practical implementation of a solar power satellite. This is a little picture down there in the lower right-hand corner from his patent, applied for in 1968 and granted, I think, in 1973, if I remember correctly. And from his article in Science magazine in the fall of 1968 called Power from the Sun, Its Future, in which he got the physics completely wrong for the orbital position of geostationary Earth orbit. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He was right about the vision, and what's interesting is Science magazine knew so little about space that even with their peer-reviewed machinery, they didn't catch the error in the geo. Anyway, in the 70s, this became a big topic as space industry leaders were looking for something new to do with the cancellation of the Project Apollo. It led to a series of studies using the technologies of the mid-1970s, looking at how space solar power might be realized. Unfortunately, using those technologies and with those system concepts, the expected cost to get to the first kilowatt hour of space solar power was going to be in the hundreds of billions of dollars, in 10 years dollars, and basically trillions of dollars, $1 trillion or more in today's dollars. This was such a large amount of money, and the technology was such a stretch compared to the space programs of the day that all work was stopped around 1980, 1981. About a decade later, space solar power was revisited by NASA with a thing called the Fresh Look study. There had been ongoing a whole range of technical activities, particularly in Japan, championed by Matsumoto Sensei of Kyoto University, who we remembered yesterday. Matsumoto Sensei just passed away this past Sunday. But also including in the this time frame a number of interesting prospective experiments, such as the sounding rocket experiment that Ejichi-san mentioned in his remarks yesterday morning, and at NASA, a series of new concepts using technologies that had come along since the 1970s and were available by the 1990s that made space solar power not $1 trillion problem, but only $100 billion problem. So it was far more practical than and technically feasible, economically viable, than it had been 20 years earlier, but it still was out of reach. Since then, there have been major changes, in particular, and we had some dynamic discussion about this yesterday. Unlike the cost of launch since the beginning of the space age and since the end of Saturn V being at the order of tens of thousands of dollars per kilogram, now there are prospects and lots of people working on and they'll start having systems come into operations beginning shortly and then continuing over the coming years in extremely low-cost Earth-to-orbit transportation. There was a very nice demo just a few days ago by the Honda Corporation of a vertical takeoff, vertical landing vehicle. There's the Rocket Lab vehicle from New Zealand. There's SpaceX Falcon 9 reusable, a few $1,000s per kilogram rather than a few tens of thousands of dollars per kilogram, and coming soon, fully reusable two-stage to orbit vehicles, in particular Starship and Heavy Booster, but also a reusable version of the Long March 9, which is being actively pursued by China. What is more important is the mass production of low-cost space systems, Starlink, Kuiper system, OneWeb, new Chinese LEO constellation. These are interesting not just because of what they say for space systems, but also what they say for this mass production of low-cost space solar power systems. And so the difference there, now I'm going to come back to the numbers in a minute, but these are huge changes in the landscape globally and in the aerospace community for space solar power. So, about 15 years ago, I had an idea which was proposed by me to the NASA Innovative Advanced Concepts Program in 2011, which was based on the idea of hypermodular space systems made out of many thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of mass-produced modular spacecraft. And these are predicated on the metaphor of nature, so they're biomimetic, they imitate nature. And so just like ants or bees or termites or cooperate to form a larger organism. The idea was that if you design your system appropriately to deal with the energy flow in from the sun and out to the earth, that you could build very large space systems using the same kind of architectural principles. That was the basis of SPS Alpha, the version of Alpha in the upper left-hand corner, which evolved and became the wine glass version. It's a little bit like a margarita glass with an umbrella in it. And that was the Mark II. Then the Mark III, which is the one that looks a bit like a lamp. And all of these it's all basically the same concept. The only thing that's really evolving in significant ways is how the structure is put together and how the reflectors are configured. The idea is to have a sandwich-type structural system, just like was presented yesterday by Nick Joseph from the Air Force perspective with their Spider project, and also by Ijichi and Tanaka with their system being demonstrated in the next year and a half from METI and JAXA, but with the addition of a reflector array in order to allow continuous illumination of the photovoltaics on the sandwich array. Now, there's a little bit of additional difference in the SPS Alpha concept, which I'll go into in just a moment, but that's the basics of it. And last year, I made a further evolution of SPS Alpha to get rid of the conical structure and to go to a winged structure. So it rather resembles a dragonfly. And rather than having the reflectors on resting on a cone, a conical structure, instead they're supported on these wings, and you have only the amount of structure that you need for the reflectors. You don't have extra structure. These are the stats consistent with the study of the International Academy of Astronautics that I described to the meeting yesterday. The lifespan is now baseline at about 45 years. The orbit is either geo or geosynchronous Earth orbit, so geostationary Earth orbit or geosynchronous Earth orbit. And I'm not quite ready to talk in detail about the geosynchronous Earth orbit case today, but I will be shortly. It has a planar hypermodular energy conversion array with the PV structure and the RF transmitter. The reflector has an area of about 1.3. This is the transmitter has an area about 1.3 square kilometers. The reflectors have a total area, and they're heliostats, they're small reflectors, of about 5 kilometers, delivering a concentration ratio of about 3 to 1. And that preliminary analysis indicates that at 3 to 1, and nobody does this because everybody either says you don't need reflectors, or if you're going to use a reflector or an optical system, you need to have high concentration ratios. And I don't believe that to be the case. I think even a modest amount of concentration can make a big difference if the mass of your optical system is low enough. And so that's kind of the trade. The system is transmitting now at 5.8 gigahertz. Previously, I've been using 2.45. End-to-end efficiency looks to be a little better than 50%. The power delivered in this sizing is about 1 gigawatt. It's a structure about 5 kilometers in length and about 2 kilometers or a little bit more in height, wingtip to wingtip. The way the analysis looks at the moment, the total mass is about 7 7,000 metric tons, about 7 million kilograms, for about 1 million modules. And the cost of the system is on the order of the spacecraft, not the launch and everything else, is like $1 or $2 billion. And as a consequence, the cost for the modules is the required cost based on these specs is on the order of $200 to $250 per kilogram. It's a radically low number compared to conventional space systems. I want to come back to that in just a moment. But the levelized cost of energy, including a discount rate of about 5%, including the borrowing costs, is about 6 to 7 cents a kilowatt hour. Now, without the cost of money, without the financials in there, it's like 2-3 cents a kilowatt hour. So just the pure cost is like 2-3 cents a kilowatt hour, but when you add in the cost of money, the financials, it's like 6 to 7 cents a kilowatt hour. In what ways is this hard? Well, this is a preliminary assessment of the technology risk and readiness. We're not going to go through all the details today because there's not enough time, but I'll just highlight that all of the pieces could be built today. And this goes in part to Gary's theme for this afternoon, in that we've got 900,000 modules. Most of the modules weigh less than 5 kilograms. They're like the size of the projector up here. And so they're like a 6U CubeSat. Now, some of them are bigger, some of them are smaller, some of them are reflectors, some of them are RF transmitters. There's some variation, but they come in tens of thousands of copies per species on the platform. So all of that is relatively low risk. The thing which is high risk in terms of technology readiness and risk is that one that's up there over there in the red, and that's the PV system at 3 to 1. If the temperature is going to be fairly high, if the conversion efficiency is between 30% and 40%, and so that's the part that has to be resolved, along with the doing of the reflectors. Very large reflector systems in space are proven to be extremely hard, and so that has to be proven as well. But otherwise, the modules, the structural systems, all of these numbers are actually very conservative, and they resemble all of the other highly modular system concepts that I spoke with you about yesterday. So, where do we stand on some of the key technology challenges? Well, we talked about these already, the cost of launch and the cost of manufacturing, and I mentioned that the cost of the hardware for the modules in SPS Alpha needs to be around $200, $250 per kilogram. Well, the cost for Starlinks, the latest generation of Starlinks, where they've been manufactured in numbers on the order of 1,000 satellites so far, they're planning for on the order of 5,000 or 10,000, it's about $900 a kilogram or less. That compares very nicely to conventional Earth orbit satellites, where the cost is on the order of $100 to $200 or $300,000 per kilogram. So if you've got a good design, if you can make mass-produce space systems just like you mass-produce laptops or jet engines or phones, or there's no reason you can't make space systems that are extraordinarily cheap per unit. And now we have evidence, perfectly good evidence, that an RF transmitting PV-based system can be made for less than $1,000 a kilogram, a 99% reduction from historical figures. We still have not gotten to a 99% reduction in the cost of launch, but now there are lots of people working on it. 10 years ago, nobody was working on it, and everybody swore it was impossible. Today, lots of people are working on it, and there's a very good prospect that someone will succeed. The cost is already down by 95%, or 90% rather. There's a perfectly good reason to believe that in the next 5 to 10 years, that those costs will be down at a 99% of reduction below $20,000 a kilogram. Large structural systems. So the sketches over on the far right are the concepts for SPS alpha, large structural systems that are assembled and so on. The two pictures up at the top in the middle on the left, those are the ease access experiment that was done on the space shuttle in the 1980s. They demonstrate building large structural systems with astronauts in very short periods of time during a single EVA, and then that was all just sort of set aside. And then there's this beautiful thing called Armada, which has been demonstrated at NASA Ames. And there's nothing about the scale of this which is mysterious in any way. This is a simple set of autonomous robotic systems that have built this remarkable, highly modular structural system. They can put it together, they can take it apart, they can reconfigure it. It is a perfectly good analog for the cartoons from 10, 15 years ago over on the left. At the same time, you need the robots as well as the structural systems. Back to access these again, that was done with people. The middle one, that's the orange one, is a thing called Skyworker, which was done for me. I had a budget on space solar power back in the late 90s. This was done by Carnegie Mellon University, Red Whitaker and his team, and was a fully modular, one step to another version of an RMS, remote manipulator system, but able to reconfigure and detach. This was the basis, and then there's a highly modular multi-legged system like Athlete in the upper right. This was the basis of the concept for SPS alpha construction robotics that's in the middle on the left side. These are like inchworms. They have the manipulator and sensor packages, brains on both ends, and an arm in between, and it would go out and plug and out and plug. So this is from 2014. Oh no, 2012. It's in the NASA NIAC study. And now, a little company called Gitai, which was based in Tokyo and relocated and reincorporated in Southern California, is getting money from DARPA, built this robot in the lower left, which has now not only been demonstrated, this is a demonstration of modular assembly out in the desert, it's also flown on the station. That's all happened in the last 2 years. And if you haven't seen videos of Gitai's robotics, that's two separate robots. They can also combine to become two arms as part of a four-legged centaur, very much like the conceptual art in the lower right-hand corner. So huge progress in the robotic systems necessary for assembling and maintaining, configuring, reconfiguring hypermodular space structural systems of this sort. I wanted to highlight just the difference. So one difference between the sandwich modular approach and alpha is that the energy conversion system from the incoming reflector to the received RF on the ground is all separate pieces. It's not like the sandwich module that Paul Jaffe worked on, or that Nick Joseph described as being worked on by the Air Force, where the RF and the RF transmitter and the structure and the PV are all in one module that comes out of a factory. Rather, the PV is manufactured separately and has a standard interface. The structural system and the PMAD is a standard interface, and it has its own manufacturing. The RF transmitter, which is the gold thing there on the right, is all independent and separate and plugs in. The concept here is, by making it this modular, hypermodular, if you lose a PV cell, you replace the PV cell. You don't touch your RF. If you lose a bit of PMAT or power conditioning or an inverter, you change that out, you don't change out the whole module. And so I prefer don't pre-integrate, go ahead and launch it together, but design it so it can be disassembled on orbit. And down in the lower right is the Rectenna field. We've been doing a lot of work on the Rectenna array in order to get better cost estimates on what the rectifying antenna array will cost. This is just a follow-up chart on the transmitter. And on the reflector array, it's, as I said, all heliostats. It's thin film heliostats. And on the RF receiver array, which is thin film receivers designed for 5.8, but which can be deployed in modular panels. So you manufacture them in the factory, they truck them out, they're all sized to go on the highway, and then you just lay them out either over a lake or over the ocean or over a field or whatever you like. And you put them either right above the ground like these, or you put them up 5 meters and they can be above croplands. So very, very flexible. And I wanted to talk about affordable in-space transportation just a little bit. I actually am thrilled with the progress that's been made with the gateway, the Lunar Gateway. It's got I think it's a 35 kilowatt solar electric power and propulsion system using Hall thrusters. The picture up in the upper right is 6 different propellants, different kinds of ions glowing in different parts of the spectrum, but all running through a Hall thruster. I just make the point that now, unlike in the past, Hall thrusters, which are being used in their thousands by LEO constellations, are the workhorse for solar power satellites. You don't need them to live forever, and as long as you can refuel them, you're in business. And swap them out once they are operational and in orbit as you wish. And all of that is tens of millions of dollars that have been invested during the last 5 years for the Gateway. On the other side, I call it affordable in-space transportation because on the other side, even though they have not yet flown successfully, all of the work that's being done for Starship and the refillable Starship, as Elon and SpaceX like to call it, all of that means that in due course, Starship would be able to fly to the moon with refilling. And if it can go to the moon, it can go to GEO. So we are within a matter of a year or 2 or 3 of having a demonstration, a first of a kind transportation system that can go from Cape, what's it called, the Star City, no, Starbase in Texas, or from just down the road here from Kennedy Space Center, and go to the moon and back with the same vehicle, or go to GEO and back with the same vehicle. And this is a radical change for in-space transportation compared to what we have been living with for the first 70 years of the space age. So, applications. Now, let's see whether or not this works. So, it's my first time ever trying to embed a video in a PowerPoint. That's why I plugged in my own computer. There we go. Let's see if it'll do it. Okay. So, this is SPS Alpha. And it's hard to see with the light on. I don't know if we can turn out the room light. It's right there. Let's see if we can. No, not that. Okay. So the key thing here is the beam is hopping. And so this is part of the space application story. That is, you put one of these things in a GEO or a GSO, and then during the course of a 24-hour day, it can serve 30 million people all up and down the Americas, from Chicago near Canada all the way down to Rio or closer. And it can just hop from point to point as needed. And that is I don't know that anybody's ever actually done a video that visualizes that. And that's why I wanted to do that. And I'll mention Nick Stevens and Aldo. I can't remember Aldo's last name all of a sudden. Anyway, they're the artist team that did this for me. I've got, by the way, I have the same video for Europe and Africa and the Middle East, and it's really cool, and for Southeast Asia. So it's Australia to Tokyo to Beijing to, and you can just I think you can see it better when you actually see the beam going from A to B to C to B to A to C, as on demand. And I wanted to just highlight that, and there's also, as you know from our conversation from Dr. Ajichi and Professor Tanaka yesterday, and from Darren from NASA Marshall yesterday, that there are tremendous opportunities to pursue space solar power and wireless power transmission for the moon because of the significant demand for power, both at the poles and also for applications around the moon surface. So, in closing, this is the vision. This is an SPS alpha pitch. Normally, this slide would say the vision of space solar power. There are just tremendous opportunities for space solar power and for SPS alpha going forward. And the realization of the space solar power vision can engage and would benefit the whole world. It is not just for one country. SPS alpha, it was the first, some 13 years ago, it was the first of a new class of systems, of SPS concepts. There are now a number of them being looked at by a number of organizations. There are still engineering and technology challenges. Tremendous progress has been made on all the major ones: cost of launch, in-space transportation, structural systems, robotics, wireless power transmission, and in just the last 10 years. And there are no fundamental barriers to the realization of this vision. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm the space elevator guy. Everybody calls me the space elevator guy, and we are in complete support of space solar power. Personally, I believe it's necessary. Really, really believe in it. And the other little one I believe in, nobody really talks about, is I believe it ought to be Texaco or Gulf Oil. They ought to transition to electrical power versus government stuff. So we ought to do it commercial. But anyway, that's my ploy on space solar. We support it 100%. Now, what am I saying? I'm going to talk fast, and I'm going to talk about space elevators. There's 2 or 3 things I'd like you to remember. We have a whole session tomorrow on space elevators if you want to come to that and get details. But we've got 2 or 3 things that are extremely important. One is, I believe we're going to be there. Some people argue it's okay. I don't care. We have the material. And it's been 1,000 meters were produced in Korea, half a meter wide. Now, that's just the start, man. We got a long, long way to go, no doubt about it. But we're hoping to be operational like 2037, 2040. That's a little ways from now. So we got plenty of time. That's not a problem. Okay, so what are the real benefits That's what I'm going to talk about today. What are the customer benefits? Next chart. Let's try a delivery efficiency. I love the Apollo program. I was there when they landed. They landed 0.5% of the mass from Cape Canaveral on the moon. We could put 70% of the mass on the pad to geosynchronous into 100,000 kilometers and by Mars and by the moon. 70% of the mass on the pad. The rocket equation's not changing. Mr. Musk is doing a very good job to make it cheaper, more economical, more reliable, all that stuff, and I applaud him. He's doing a great job. But we have a delivery efficiency differential that is radical. Next year. We have so many strengths that we're actually transformative. It's a permanent space infrastructure. Not one time, it's permanent. It's the green road to space, no stinking burning of atmosphere. Okay, we don't leave any debris along the way. It's a green road to space. Next. Day space elevator greenness. We take off with electricity, we climb all the way up there, we're in great shape. Now, the other thing is we have some real strengths. We have a daily, routine, safe, economical approach to space access. Wait a minute, that sounds like a bridge. That's all it is. It's a bridge to space. Next. So, where are we today? We have some really neat things going on. We do believe in a joint project with rockets. Rockets do lots of things good. People through radiation belts fast. They do very good stuff to low Earth orbit, all that kind of stuff. So we want to be a dual space access capability with rockets. We want to lift heavy stuff to GEO and beyond. And we can do it every day, multiple times. So we really have a transformational approach, moving cargo. Now, maybe in 50 or 100 years we'll do people, but don't worry about that. We'll make that up sometime. Next, what is a space elevator? It's a 1 meter wide, 100,000 kilometer with an apex anchor at the top. What's an apex anchor? How about a building space for the Starship Voyager? You take a builder and then you release it at very high velocities. So it's a relatively simple, straightforward thing. And I put the little chart on the right so everybody understands the magnitude of the size. We go in and out of the magnetic bowway every day. And it's exciting on these things. The electromagnetics are fun. Next. Okay, tonnage. Our first system, we call it, initial operations, 20-ton climber with 14 tons of payload per day. We plan on having 6 of them around the globe. Actually, we figure it's 3 corporate communities, 1 up, 1 down, or wait a minute, I want to make money, 2 up, and then you always have 1 up and a backup. So we really think the commercial organization would like to have 2 per. So if you call the initial operational capability when you're doing 14 tons of payload a day times 6, that's 30,000 tons to GEO per year. Wait a minute. We only put up 20,000 tons to orbit from 57 to 22. And our initial operational capability would be more than what we've done in our history. So it's a mass delivery is what it is. But when we get going and we make a bigger system, actually the Japanese designed a space elevator for 100-ton with 79-ton payload. So if you go to our full operational capability, 170,000 tons per year. Now wait a minute, what do you guys need in space solar power? I always ask the silly question, how much do they weigh? How much do your satellites at GEO, actually it's how much mass, they don't weigh anything there. But anyway, little minor factor. John just stood up here and said 7,000 tons. Okay, Cassiopeia is 2,600. The Japanese are in the middle or someplace. The answer is we don't know. But they're going to be heavier than the son of a gun. and we're going to have to lift them all the way to GEO. And we love the aspect challenge. Next. Okay, so we've kind of summarized our capabilities, but if you look at those, it all boils down to a permanent access infrastructure. It's a stinking bridge. It's all it is. Now, how hard is it going to be to do that? Yes. We've got large challenges, but my history is I've taken on large challenges before. It's scary as a heck. You know, when you get into a project that wants to put a lot of money there and you got to succeed, whoops, scary. But this one I believe can do it. Next. Okay. There's some ideas that are fun. Let's talk about Mars. Now, I'm just giving you the strengths and advantages of space elevators, irrelevant for our discussions on space solar power. Right now, we go to Mars, and we got to wait 26 months. And then you got that window there, and then you launch everything. So Mr. Musk's plan to go to Mars is 3 launches a day. You sum them up over the 26 months, that's about 2,300, something like that, launches. But they're all still in low Earth orbit. And then they go to Mars in a flotilla. So that's the way he's doing it. What we do is launch every day to Mars. We can launch every day toward Mars. Fastest is 61 days. The other ones might be 400, but who cares? You're going to send hammers and nails and stuff like that on the long one. Pizza goes on 61 days. So, you know, the kicker is we can do launches every day. The students at Arizona State University, which helped us on all the equations out there, they built a bus schedule. I love it. Anyway, next. Okay, assembly at GEO. We want to put an assembly plant up there. You raise the parts, you put a big assembly plant, you assemble, you repair, you refuel, you build. And so you have a facility up there to start your building of your space solar power system. The conclusion basically is space solar power constellations are going to be very heavy, and you want to go up to GEO, and you want to assemble them up there. And that's a very good plan. I can see that working, having built a lot of satellites and flown them. I've got 100 up there that are mine. But anyway, you know, Lockheed thinks they're theirs. But anyway, we have a lot of experience. And, you know, the building at GEO is going to be a big challenge and a lot of fun. Okay, next chart. Okay, we're going to go real quickly go through what our thoughts are here. Next. I said dual space access strategy. We want to work with rockets, but where are we? We've done a lot of research, and we're entering the engineering validation phase where we need to start testing. By the way, that's where we need some money. You can't do much testing until you get the money. But that's where we're at. We've got like 16 reports that ISIC's done. We've got 2 International Academy of Astronautics studies. We've done a lot of work, a lot of research, but we're ready to go into engineering validation. Next. Here's a little schedule. Who cares if they can read it from where you are? But it shows the R&D, it shows the development program, and then construction, and then liftoff, and then you have a preliminary space elevator. Next. Now, we always talk about the material because that's the issue. Okay, we have the material. Now, that's a bold statement, but if you go to the articles, I'm going to show you some body of knowledge locations. If you go to the body of knowledge, we've got reports out that were published at the British Interplanetary Society Journal and the Spaceflight magazine, and talks about that. And the conclusion is that the pace we have going for single crystal graphene and graphene superlaminate should be available in 5 to 10 years. So the material should be able to be manufactured. We currently have that 1,000 meter piece that was developed in South Korea. So that the material is basically there. Now, oops, I keep saying graphene. There are about 6 two-dimensional materials. Graphene was the first and is being studied the most. But there's hexagon, boron, nitride, and there's 2 or 3 others. And they have strengths and capabilities similar. So the question of which one do we want? Which one has friction, which one, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We've got a long way to go here, but we're well on the way. Just as an idea, It's 100,000 kilometer long, 1 meter wide, 1 atom thick molecule per sheet. It's a molecule. And then you stack them. Right now, one guy guessed at 12,333. Who cares? I don't know how many there are going to be. A lot of them. Anyway, it's a remarkable material. Go ahead and click 3 or 4 times there, I think. Yeah, that's a little breakout on the different strengths we have. And there's graphene up there above everybody else. You could put hexagon boron nitride there also. There's the production working in the lab in Korea right now. We've got stuff really developing in the University of Manchester. We've got Korea, and we've got a few other places. But the bottom line is we should have the material ready for us to be able to produce space elevators in a timely manner. Next. Okay, go ahead. Dual space. We had a pretty little picture there. But yeah, that jumps there. A pretty little picture. That was done by an intern. We had an intern who was an astrophysicist in Edinburgh, and she, halfway through, she said, "Hey, would you mind if I drew a picture of what we're talking about?" And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Well, I'm an artist as well as an astrophysicist." And I go, "Okay." And she said, "I'll get you some." So she sent me that. And it's a reflection that we want to work with rockets. We're not against rockets. They have their strengths. Now, here's the tragedy. She gave us all the rights. She said, "Put them in the thing, put it on the cover, do it all your stuff. It's all yours." And then I started feeling guilty, you know. And my wife's an artist, and she worked with the Phoenix Art Museum for 30 years. And I finally went to her and I said, "Wait a minute, she gave us all this stuff, but I feel guilty." So my wife talked me into calling her up and say, "How about if we pay you $1,000 for the picture?" So she's an artist and she's a rocket scientist. Okay, next. Okay, the key points to remember are we're environmentally green and we're in infrastructure. That's where we're at. Next. Here, now I've got a few charts here, and I picked Cassiopeia, but it's for any one of the designs. Don't worry about the details. I'm just going to show you how dual space works. Next. These are the charts from Cassiopeia, and they have their plan up there. That plant's about 4 years old, so it's definitely out of date. Got a lot to be done. But it illustrates. On the bottom is the flow of capability to geosynchronous. So you can see that when they do the prototypes in LEO and stuff out there, but by the time they get to their second, third, fourth satellite at geosynchronous, will be there. Next. Here's a picture of an old Alpha. John, I don't even know when that was, but it was like, but the point is that the development in LEO and all that kind of stuff is done, and then we help at the GEO when we start putting up hundreds of satellites. Next. Yeah, go ahead and punch button there. Okay, whoop, yeah, next what? There you go. That's just a conceptual design. If space solar power really gets serious and does 300, 400, 500 satellites at geosynchronous at pick a number, 5,000 tons, we can respond. We just build more single point location strategic infrastructures. Next. So, customer benefits. We're going to go through this real fast because I'm inviting you to our meeting tomorrow. All day long. Benefits, next. Bottom line, we need to talk to the customer in their language. And that's like the language of money. And I don't know how to do that. I don't know how that's going to work. But anyway, so we got to say, what can we give them? Next. So we say, what's the value we want to give them? Next. Okay, so here's our strategic permanent infrastructure. That's what we want to provide to the customer. Daily, routine, safe, inexpensive, all that kind of stuff. Next. And then we want to be laying it out in an infrastructure around the globe. Next. And so here's a comparison of lift capability. Remember I said 70% delivered versus 2% to GEO, 0.5% to the moon. Green Road, I love that. Somebody drew that for us. This is a real quick summary of a whole bunch of people that want mass to geosynchronous and beyond. A bunch. Next. And it's like a summary of our characteristics, but the big question is, why are we waiting? I keep asking that when I'm trying to get money. I need money, and we keep waiting. But anyway, so that's where we're at there. Okay. We've got a body of knowledge that's really remarkable. We've been doing stuff for 20 years. On our website are 16 studies that are 2 to 3 years long, 2 IAA studies, and some videos, and some studies from the Japanese Obayashi Corporation. Next. There's the space flight and journal that I talked about for the British Interplanetary. This was in 2023. That defines the modern day space elevator. If you want to catch up on where we are, go read those two. You can download those from our website. The British Interplanetary Society said they're yours. So we've got the website and all that, so you can download those and read any one you want. Next. Those are the IAA books. They're a little dated, but the key point was each of them was accomplished with 40 rocket scientists. Okay, each one of them had history in doing our space stuff with rockets, and they did two things. They one said that's feasible, and here's a road to space elevators. Next. I always like to bring up the UN. They have some needs around the world for affordable and clean energy and climate action. That's why I'm standing here. I truly believe that a combination of space elevators and you guys and space solar power can impact those two things. But I think it ought to be commercial. We ought to be doing it for money. We ought to get paid. And you know, we give, you know, electricity south and north of the border, but we charge everybody. No free lunch here. It's all make money. Next. Yep, that's the backup charge. Okay, so how much time do I have?
You're at 17 minutes, 45 seconds.
Oh, well, then I got a few questions. Anybody want to ask a question? Yes.
You said something about engineering validation being on the horizon. What does that actually consist of?
Well, just like any big space infrastructure, you've got segments. So we got to worry about the earth port. We got to worry about the tether climber. We got to worry about the tether manufacturing, and then the apex anchor. And so we'd have to lay out a schedule for each one of those and look at the engineering challenges for each one of them. And many of us have sat down and done that preliminary, but we don't have a big team going on that right now. Yes.
So you mentioned using, and I see here on the display, graphene that's grown on basically a roll-to-roll process, it looks like.
Yeah.
Graphene, and particularly the copper-2, is a highly conductive material.
Yes.
How do you reconcile building this from Earth's ground to the top of the atmosphere and beyond without bridging the capacitor that exists between them?
I have no idea. I mean, let's be real. But the president of ISIC has a PhD in electrodynamics of the outside the Earth. And he has studied that problem and come up with, you know, variability of answers to say it's not going to be a real problem. Except that what we need is we need to study that particular issue very closely in our engineering development program. There's no doubt that's a big question.
I've been asking that question to everybody that has said space elevator for the past decade, and no one has an answer.
Okay, I'll give you an answer. It's not a problem. Now, if you want to go sit down, talk to Dr. Wright. He'll be at our session tomorrow for 4 hours.
Happy to.
Wait a minute, we got a response there.
More of a question. It seems like graphene is a common material. Wouldn't you want something that's more ductile, especially with subatomic collisions, subatomic particles colliding with the tether? And so wouldn't you want to use broken bonds to reform easier? But wouldn't you want to pick something that's more ductile?
Those are a lot of good questions. I love those questions. I have no flipping idea. But I believe that if we get our engineering going and we get our plans going, one of the things we're going to look at is the tether segment. It'll be like the tether climber segment or the earthport segment. And the tether segment will ask questions exactly like you're talking about, and we'll have to come up with answers.
Getting back to his question, you can always use a different material for the first.
Yes. The segment called Space Elevator Tether has a lot of questions. One of the questions I have is, in the first one radius of the Earth, gravity goes from 1 to 1/4. So does that mean you can do a segment that long and then redesign everything above that so your climber can be less powerful and, well, whatever. The point is that there are a lot of questions, including electrodynamics. In
Atomic oxygen.
Yes, they have looked at that specific question. Now, I invite you to come tomorrow and talk to the experts because I'm not the expert. But if you go to our website and look at our newsletters, a gentleman named Adrian Nixon has been publishing an 8.5 by 11 little summary of the graphene and two-dimensional material once per month for the last 20 months or so. So if you really want to get an update on the graphene being used for space elevator tether, it's right there for you. Go look at the archive of tether materials. Yes.
To build upon that, if you're interested in nanomaterials in general, the graphene council is excellent resource.
Yes. We also have an expert back there, John Knappman, but you know, I'm not going to let him have any of my time. You know, what the heck, you know, no way, Jose. Okay, how much more time do I have? A minute or two? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, one more question. Yes.
Yeah, so, well, graphene is an excellent conductor. Boron nitride is a near perfect insulator. So, if you're worried about very current, you can either sandwich it or make the segments out of different monolayers.
Yeah.
That's my pay for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good, Steve. Yeah. Yeah, Avis. Yeah. It turns out the electrical conductivity and representative issues, engineering issues, are a big topic that have been looked at very seriously. And my answer is I like hexagon boron nitride on the outside to increase the frequency, the friction, and graphene superlaminated in the middle. But who's to say what the real combination is going to be? That's why I call it a tether segment. It's a set of engineering questions we have to answer to get the segment defined. And
The conductivity, if we're talking about moving a lot of power around, it's probably something that we want, under controlled circumstances. You can even go a little further and you can, sandwich some more charge carriers in between the monolayers and increase its conductivity.
yes, there have been a lot of proposals that we use it to bring down power from space solar power satellites, and they've talked about other aspects. I'm just not the right person to talk to. We've got John back here, if you can take him in a break, and you've got Dennis Wright tomorrow. I'm just...
Line up with a continuous lightning bolt that way, but
Well, wait a minute, isn't that electrical flow of any type, lightning bolt? Anyway, yes. The point is there are a lot of questions about the electrical. We believe we understand it, and we don't have a problem. That doesn't mean our design criteria is free for anything. We've got to incorporate all those things you're talking about. No doubt about it. Yep, we got to do that. Okay, I have a briefing in a few more minutes someplace else. But I invite you all to our space elevator full session tomorrow. And it should be exciting. It's got 12 speakers. One of them just stood up and talked. And we got some others here. So, please come to our session. Thank you.
Okay, folks. Excuse me. Hello? Hello? All right, we're about ready to get started again. Okay, our next presentation is by, Anna Nye, Professor of Public Administration, and Caleb Nye on exploring market-oriented policy architecture for SPSP. Look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Anna Nee. I'm Professor of Public Administration. As you know, I'm not expert of space technology, so I had my nephew to summarize the technical aspect for me. So we're going to present exploring a market-oriented policy architecture. And could you move the slides to that? And this is roughly what we're going to do. We're going to briefly talk about the major initiatives and also some of the technical challenges, especially related to transmission frequency selection. Then we're going to focusing on analyzing the key policy problem of this market commercializing SBSP and propose some principles to framing the design of a global SBSP market. Then we're going to introduce the architecture and specific policy mechanisms. So as you know, this is not very technical, but more policy-oriented presentation. Now I'm going to have Caleb to start the introduction.
Yeah, so as many of you guys know, at its core, space-based solar power is getting solar power from space and then transmitting it wirelessly down to the Earth. And here are a couple of the benefits. Next slide. Yeah, so we're going to be going over a couple of the notable global SBSP initiatives, and that's the Caltech Space Solar Power Demonstrator on the left here. Yeah, so for JAXA, their system appears to be 2.6 kilometer by 2.4 kilometers, and there's a little picture at the bottom. They're looking into radio or laser transmission options, and their target output seems to be 1.6 gigawatts at the Earth. And then for CAST, they're looking into a 1 kilometer wide solar array space station, and they're looking for a 2 gigawatt output target at the Earth. And then for the SEI at the UK, which is Cassiopeia, they're looking at a 1.7 kilometer diameter and 4 kilometer long system of power modules using the 2.45 gigahertz radio signal. And so this notable initiative, the Caltech Space Solar Project, actually had a test in 2023, which they successfully transmitted power from space down to the Earth. Here's a diagram of some of the parts and what they did. Next. Okay, so some technical challenges to SBSP implementation. We have, first of all, right now, the high launch and assembly costs. As of now, it's not really economically viable to launch or above maybe like 60 to maybe like hundreds of launches to assemble individual space solar array parts. But in the future, as rocket costs or as previously mentioned, space elevator options become viable, then space solar power may become a very easy option to get up there in space and assemble. Secondly, we have wireless transmission and frequency allocation. Now this, I'll go over it more in later slides. Well, the frequency used to transmit power down from space has to be has to fit within certain requirements so that it doesn't interfere with other things or really lose its power from free space loss or get absorbed in environmental conditions like water vapor or clouds. And then thirdly, the environmental impact. Right now, launch costs, sending these up would really not be environmentally friendly, which is not what we want. And additionally, the rectenna stations used to absorb or receive power from space would add additional construction and land use, which would be a layer of complexity that would have to be added. And then finally, integration with the terrestrial grids. So the rectenna stations would have to be added to conventional power stations so that the power from space could be received and then added to these power stations and then put into the terrestrial grids that we have right now. So for transmission frequency selection that we want this frequency to have. So first of all, we want it to incur low free space loss. And on the right, we have the free space loss equation, which says that the higher frequency that the signal has, it'll incur a higher power density loss as it moves through space. And then secondly, we have low atmospheric absorbance. So things in the atmosphere, like I said previously, water vapor and clouds can absorb some of the signal at around like 10 gigahertz for water vapor. And so we would want to avoid frequencies like that. Thirdly, we would want a frequency that has a low beam spread, so it is targeted towards the rectenna stations and will not affect areas outside of that. So that would favor higher frequency beams. And then lastly, as of right now, we want an economically viable signal that can be transmitted with a smaller antenna so that the launch cost would be smaller. So for our final recommendation, we decided that the 2.45 gigahertz signal would be the best because of its low atmospheric absorbance, and it is also incurring lower free space loss than other options. But also the 5.8 gigahertz radio option is also very viable if you want a tighter frequency, a tighter beam to be more precise and deliver a little higher density power, but it will incur a little more of atmospheric absorbance. The laser option is interesting, but I think the clouds and the water vapor will kind of distort the signal power and direction, and so we will have to do more research to see if that is a viable option. And now to Dr. Anna.
Hi, thank you, Caleb. And so as John just illustrated, this commercialization of SBSP has been very promising. And right now, the technology readiness level is 5, which indicating majority aspects of the principles are validated. And the GMI anticipating that in the next 10 years, the market will have a 7.9% increasing annually. And by 2050, there will be a fledged market for SBSP. Next slides. But we have seen many drivers, such as technology advancements and also the global renewable energy imperatives, as well as some of the other like advancement in space infrastructure, increased kind of collaboration, just as this conference shows, and so on. But however, there are major barriers. For example, we mentioned about the initial investment extremely high, and there are continuous maintenance costs. Some environmental challenges need to be addressed, wireless power transmission efficiency and safety issues, and also public acceptance is another issue, whether people willing to use this and accepting this. But however, one of the issues we're focusing on here is the issue of fragmented policy frameworks. Okay, could you improve that? And right now, the problem about forming this SBSP market is constrained the development by the fragmented regulatory regimes, largely developed by the post-Cold War era, and also unclear liability structure, as well as lack of market signals for risk-bearing capital. And the core feature of this policy problem are, first of all, SBSP is a global common, which means whenever you are designing a global framework, you should make sure that everybody, every country have kind of accessible, has accessibility to this resources. It should be comprehensive, right? Then second, commercial sustainable energy is the main driver. So That means that we should have a policy framework that is market-oriented. And thirdly, the major initiatives are by rich countries, as we just showed, and then there has a high possibility of a monopolization, and also maybe the issue of high entry barriers for future entrepreneurs in this area. And lastly, the true SBSP pricing is very difficult to assess because there are a lot of economical externalities and risks. So next slides. So therefore, considering how we are going to advancing this market, we need to have some guiding principles. Here we propose 6 guiding principles. First of all, universality, which means that we want to ensure inclusive access to all the SBSP benefits. Second, global equity, which means the distribution of the benefits, risks, responsibilities, even decision-making powers should be equal. And there's a market efficiency. We want to optimize the allocation of our resources, but also encourage innovation, lower the entry barriers for risk takes, and also ensure competition. And there's sovereignty, we need respect for national authority, and then institutional feasibility, which means that we have a large existing institutions at national, international level. We want to provide practical governance using and via those institutions, make it work, right? And finally, we want to consider the security and resilience of the market. Okay, move on. And here I propose this policy architecture to help us have a lens looking at this policy issue. And there are a larger range of policy mechanisms. We have international level and national level. And then we also, for national level, we have administrative mechanisms, but also incentive mechanisms. And I'm going to give a little bit more examples in the future. Next slides. So at international level, we have a largely range of international treaties, such as the Outer Space Treaty, Moon Grid, Liability Convention, Radio Regulation Treaty. Those are largely developed after Cold War period. So some of them are still providing the foundations for governing the space issues around the world. However, there are emerging issues challenging some of the rationale and demanding new effort. Actually, this morning we attended a session. James Wolfe also mentioned about this. It's a policy frontier that we need to cover, dealing with new issues of liability, property rights, resource extraction, and so on. And then we have a wide range of international laws derived from those national treaties and governing some of the specifics. Then for developing the space-based power, we have new challenges such as spectrum allocation and the orbital slot management. It's almost like managing property over the space, right? And also new liability challenges such as wireless power transmission, orbital debris mitigation, and so on. And lastly, we also want to ensure how we can distribute the benefits of decision power. Do developing countries have a power in making those decisions, play in the game, right? And so on. And at the national level, here I'm focusing on talking about the US. Actually, each country may be facing a little bit different mechanisms. US probably is most advanced in terms of developing those policy mechanisms. We have a large array of existing institutions and governing laws and standards, and some of the federal, state, and local policies, such as environmental impact reviews, zoning regulations, provide some fundamental basis to looking at this policy challenge. But however, we also need a lot of prospective future policies, especially through interagency collaborations in this area, such as we need to developing standards, permits, and licenses, governing the spectrum use, retina sites, beaming safety, cyber attack, and so on. And the SBSP has the potential become used for military uses, then if that's the case, then we also need to consider weaponization and maybe implement control for export, right? And last but not least, and also we also need to integrate this SBSP into the national grid and also ensure compliance with national energy standards. Those are the administrative aspects. And the next slide. Okay, as we mentioned about, this is a market, right? And we want to ensure competition. We also want to prevent price distortion, right? And lower the barrier for entries. So therefore, we also need to consider some of the price mechanisms as well as quantity mechanisms. And for price mechanism, at the federal level, we use a lot of in the past. For space development, we have used the investment credits, like NASA's small business kind of technology transfer programs, accelerated depreciation, DoD contracts, and so on. Those provide incentive, right, for space industry getting into these businesses. But however, in the future, then we also need to consider like carbon credits we're giving for green energy, right? Or launch rebates if you're developing such a technology with positive externality, and contracts for difference. For example, to control the price at the highest level, lowest level, more demand, the lower demand, then you provide different kind of pricing structure. And then in terms of control quantity, then right now, because we don't have any SBSP yet, so we don't have any one, but there could be prospective future is that, for example, we could provide a quasi-market spectrum allocation. We make the spectrum use can be auctioned, assigned, or transferable, so create some competition and more elasticity in the marketplace. And then we can maybe consider orbital slot allocation structure, and also maybe giving some special franchise for using, provide access to the beam, right? It's just like you have an airport. You allocate a certain kind of airport slots for use at different times. So, and maybe transferable energy delivery rights and so on. So overall, this intention of analyzing all this policy framework, it's just like a metaphor. We're not really engaging in cooking right now, but rather we're trying to ready and prepare, organize the kitchen, right? So my conclusion is essentially, next slide, yeah. We have seen the technology advancement and make this SBSP very promising. And however, to realize the benefits of SBSP, it really demands some proactive policy framework. The core feature of this policy framework, policy problem, requires some guiding principles that are accepted by the global community for the policy architecture. And there are national and international policy mechanisms that can be explored to facilitate the formation of this market. And finally, reflecting the sunlight of space is not just a technical issue, right? It's also a challenge for global governance. Thank you very much. Question? Yeah, questions? Yes.
So I have a lot of skepticism about some of the assertions that you made, or as being self-obvious, that, you know, every person on the planet needs to benefit equally from everything we're doing, or something along those lines. But that's ideal. Yeah, which may or may not apply to this. But have you studied the Intelsat case, which, how Intelsat was formed and why it was formed the way it was as a case point? Because as I look back in time, Intelsat rises as kind of the most relevant prior case where something like this was developed with some of the intentions that you're speaking of making it available worldwide.
So,
Yeah,
but
I haven't done that. That's a really good point. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if you have any maybe the insights you may want to share with us.
go to Wikipedia and look up Intelsat. I mean, it's not a secret. Why am I getting an echo? Who did what? And then the other thing is, counter thing to that is Starlink, which was put up by an individual company using funds, and it's also bringing wireless internet to the entire world. Could that, so there's two diametrically different but similar result. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Thank you very much for sharing that insights. Yeah. Any other? Yes.
I kind of just want to highlight your point about weaponization of this. When I look at this thing, I see two things. When I see an orbital solar array that has the ability to beam power, I see both a power distribution system and a high energy radio frequency weapon, and a potent one. How do we control that second component? Second option, second use?
That's a very good question. Actually, I think that will be maybe definitely have more kind of inter-agency effort to think about it and brainstorming that. And right now, yep, I didn't see, but we can definitely devote more research in that area. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Turns out that was actually a rather curious question, and I would argue the answer to that is that you need what amounts to being a shared control system between humans and the robots and the advanced autonoma, and you need to have both authentication and authorization both on the transmitter and on the receiver, and unless you're playing well together, you don't ever have a beam of sufficient density to do anything. The idea being it has to be a cooperative and collaborative control system, and you need to be able to show people this is exactly what we're doing and have a one-to-one correlation between what you fielded and how it works. Okay, our next presentation is going to be by Dr. Seth Potter. Has he made it on, Aaron? Okay, we need to have Seth Potter on. Let me bring up his slides, and then we'll solve the immediate problem. I think I'm going to need you to run the slides if you can, Kevin, and I will solve the problem with respect to Seth. And why am I not? There it is. Okay. You may be on the Zoom. If you can drive the slides, we'll solve this. Pivot. Okay. All right. Okay.
We're set up that
Okay.
virtual people can run their own slides.
Yeah. Okay. Seth, are you there? Okay. Seth.
Yeah.
How about that?
I mean, clearly his voice is coming through. I don't know why the sound isn't. But we're not hooked up to this.
Right. We're going to, I know, he's supposed to be on.
Oh, gotcha. If we have him running his own slides, then we can put him and the slides up together. Yeah. Might be
Yeah,
better.
so if he can run, okay, you're not supposed to be on Zoom. Like you're sent the link for, the For the streaming presentation one? Go ahead. Go ahead. It's not, it is a, you set set the limit, and go through and I'll fix it along the way. Okay, it's all right, hold on.
Yeah. Go ahead and try it real quick, Seth.
Okay. Let me. Okay. Let me. Wait. What did you do?
Okay, I have you on speaker, and then I have it going into the mic, which is feeding into the room, so we can hear you.
Okay.
I'll give him a call.
All right. Let me turn off my. Okay. So. Okay. I'm on the title slide now.
We're gonna run his slides. Okay. Give us 1 second, Seth. We're gonna get your slides up.
Okay.
You just. Okay, Seth, with your slides up.
You're good.
Okay. You can see the title slide. So there's kind of two reasons I chose this title. One will be apparent in the introduction. The other I'll kind of save toward the end. There's a reason I cite Apollo. Okay, let's go to a slide called caveats. Okay?
Yes, you're there.
Okay. Okay, caveats. Okay, I need to point out this is my own work, except where others are cited from public sources. I'm not representing my current or previous employers or other organizations I have affiliated with. The work is provisional, with various to be determined and to be verified to come later. I also want to thank you for bearing with me in that I had a health issue this week, which is resolving favorably. And so I didn't quite flesh out this presentation the way I had hoped, but maybe that'll save us some time. And the other thing is that I will be perhaps citing people in the room, so I hope you'll bear with me if I don't quite get the citations quite right. I didn't have time to verify everything. So let's go to the introduction. Next slide. And basically, the motivation here is to go back to Peter Glazer's idea of the terraced approach because of the large scale of space solar power in GEO. He suggests breaking it down into smaller steps, each of which is a worthwhile goal in its own right, even if we didn't go any farther. And if we do, so much the better. So the terraces I'm going to present are kind of just one of many paths we could take. There are other branch terraces. There are other. This whole path could branch, loop back on itself, reconverge. So, and how we're going to coordinate that is going to come at the end. And I tried to emphasize near-term terrestrial systems to retire risk, but the temptation of space got to be a little great for me in the end, so you'll see. Now, I wasn't, you should see the energy distribution slide, and I wasn't going to dwell too much on this, but I remember John was asked a question about this, and so I want to show the quasi-Gaussian shape when an untapered beam is transmitted. It will converge at this shape in the far field. And big quasi-Gaussian peak and little side lobes, which do not have a lot of the energy in them, but it is a waste of power and it could cause interference with nearby uses of the spectrum. So we can taper this beam to kind of broaden the main lobe and lower the side lobes. And sometimes you want to broaden the main lobe to even the energy distribution at the rectenna. Now, since we're dealing with near-term small scale, I did some work on just very straightforward and choosing small apertures and choosing numbers that make the math easier, because this is a ROM estimate. And so one square meter area transmitter transmitting to a 1 meter diameter rectenna. So one is easier to calculate power density, the other beam divergence. And you can see that for various microwave and millimeter wave wavelengths, when you integrate over that beam, the central maximum contains 84% of the energy, and you don't need to necessarily capture all 84%. So I showed various efficiencies, and you can see kind of that mid-range, near-term achievable micro and millimeter wavelengths. You can get very reasonably high capture efficiencies out to a couple of 100 meters. Now notice the integration of that curve was based on the far field. In the near field, it's going to be more optimistic than that. But the math gets kind of hairy because there is a rough guide. It's twice the antenna diameter squared over the wavelength.
Sorry to interrupt, Seth, but you have to cue me with the slides.
Okay, we're on the maximum beaming distances slide.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. And so you'll see all the examples are actually in the far field. So the other thing is you could, if you scale down the wavelength even more, or you scale up the transmitter, you can see that these distances of a few hundred meters can easily be scaled to kilometers or even tens of kilometers, which lends us to a number of space and terrestrial near-term usage. So let's terrace this up. So terrace 1, it's going to look a little facetious, and we're on the next slide, terrace 1. wireless recharging of cell phones, and the opportunity there was well-established technology. We're already doing it. If 1 billion cell phones are recharging at the rate of about 100 milliwatts at a duty cycle of 1%, that means something like a megawatt of power is being transmitted to cell phones around the world at any given moment. Very rough order of magnitude. The challenge is very low levels of power in each individual case, and the transmission is by electromagnetic induction rather than waves. So it's not directly extensible to SSP. Present power transfer in a non-threatening way and gets the public accommodated to the idea. Let's go to Terrace 2. Beam powered rover, and in Terrace 2, I should call this the embarrassment terrace because I'm going to embarrass several people on the room there. Beam-powered rover, and notice it could have terrestrial applications, such as ground-based drones. Gary here has developed concepts of rovers on the moon being powered from a central power station. At Boeing, under the NASA CERT study that John Mankin had managed, we studied a beam-powered rover, and we actually had a prototype. It was managed by program manager was Mark Henley. So if he's in the room, Mark, correct me if I got the numbers wrong. But it was on the order of half a megawatt at 5.8 gigahertz over about 50 meters. So lower that wavelength, keep the apertures the same, and you could see easily hundreds of meters beaming might be feasible. Easily,
that's half a kilowatt, not half a megawatt.
Oh, sorry, half a kilowatt. Sorry, I just burned up our rover.
Extraordinary exuberance, Seth.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just over anxious to get power transferred out there, and I sometimes overdo it, but no excuse for 3 orders of magnitude difference. So I apologize, and I'll... Of course, now you won't want to get near me in person when my cell phone is turned on. So, anyway, the opportunity, I tried to shy away from pros and cons. That's too kind of corporate trade study. So I tried to kind of put a nice spin on it. Opportunity is, it's already been done at orders of magnitude of size, power, weight, distance, that we need to do. The challenge is not even that much technical, but in order to build our case for it, we have to show that this is better than alternatives in certain applications. So let's terrace up to number 3 in the next slide. Terrestrial power transmission wirelessly has been subject to a few studies, and one in particular at the University of La Réunion for Réunion Island in France, 10 kilowatts over about 1 or 2 kilometers. And there you've got a beam or a valley with a small village in it, and you can collect solar energy at the top and avoid the expense and hazards of constructing power lines over the valley. The challenge there, the opportunity is, could be a near-term market for beam power. The challenge is we have to build the case that it beats alternatives in cost and benefit. So let's go up a notch to Terrace 4. This is an idea that when I was in graduate school we studied, and it was from the Strategic Defense Initiative Organization. It was a constellation of power beaming stations, but it was the reverse problem. It was beaming power from Earth to space. And the motivation was that SDIO was concerned that the low orbits of their satellites and the large amount of power they would need meant there would be an unacceptable level of drag. So if we could convert more efficiently using antennas, we might be able to reduce the drag. And so the opportunity there is we demonstrate power beaming from Earth to space while leaving the mass of the power generation equipment on the ground for the time being. So at least one end will be in space. We can prove power transmission through the ion. It's a natural transition to space applications, fully space applications. And for the immediate application, the rectangles would have less area than the solar cells. Challenges tracking and beam pointing and thermal management of the rectangle, because we had some pretty high power levels, but I couldn't find. We had a paper in the Journal of Propulsion and Power, which I was not able to locate, mostly because I put it in my storage unit, and so I was not actually the author, but I believe Marty Hoffert and Gabe Miller were, and eventually some of it went into a report put out by Physics International Incorporated. And John, I should also let you know, I believe Jim Benford was one of the authors on the Physics International report. I think you can get it online, but I didn't have time to track it down. So this demonstrates power from Earth to space, to Earth to LEO, and might be a good intermediate step. So let's go to Terrace 5, next slide. This was a series of studies, and one of which a few of us here and in the room were involved in, to supply remote locations on the Earth. And anywhere from 5 kilowatts to 50 megawatts was the range that was looked at, and the sweet spot in there was somewhere around 1 to 10 megawatts. And these were in MEO to LEO orbits, maybe something around 1,000, 2,000 kilometers. And so this is an early high-value market where the cost and hazard of bringing in diesel fuel to remote generators could result in literally hundreds of dollars per kilowatt hour through conventional power. So here's an early market where it might be competitive. Also, it's a good intermediate transition between the tens of kilowatts of ISN and the gigawatt or so of a commercial SPS. Challenges, competition, and not necessarily technical challenges. These are kind of market challenges. Competition from other power sources, such as small nuclear reactors, low power transmission duty cycles. You get somewhere, I believe, around 5 to 20 minutes, depending on orbit and various geometrical factors, per orbit, and maybe 1 or 2 passes per day. But with sufficient satellites and sufficient ground stations and beam handoffs, you can improve that. Terra 6, you all know about. It's the prize we all have our eye on. So I won't dwell on that. And I'm going to go to the conclusions. So my goal here was to take various small steps. A lot of these individual steps are in work right now. Some of them have actually already been done. So what should we do next? Okay? So, and by we, I literally mean me, or you and me, those in this symposium and their colleagues. And so this is, I've lost count. Is this the 4th time I've put John or somebody on the spot here? So the Space Solar Power Symposium and other symposia like it are a means that we can facilitate communication between researchers, developers, and various stakeholders. System studies like John's can provide a framework to guide the researchers, because the idea is that we can facilitate research. I was going to say coordinate, but of course, the idea is not to dictate or lock us into a standard too soon. The idea is to facilitate kind of a self-organizing cooperation between various stakeholders. So NSS and SSP advocates can lead the way to that, utilizing inputs from many of us. Next step might be to coordinate with standard setting organizations to develop provisional standards, and it might be a set of different ones for different circumstances. We don't want to lock us in too soon. Once those have been established, we can then take some credible proposals to the FCC, ITU, and other international and U.S. bodies. So I want to acknowledge, thank you, John and Gary, for inviting me, and to the ISDC organizers and all the participants. I need to call out, of course, two people, and here's the second part of my title, which involves Apollo. And one is, of course, Peter Glaser, who we lost back in 2014, who I believe John said designed the reflectors, the retro reflectors for the Apollo laser ranging experiment. Cal Walker, who I'm sorry for those who haven't heard, but who knew him, passed away in November of 2024. And he was the other end. He operated the laser for the Apollo laser ranging experiment. And he was also on the board of our NSS chapter of NSS and the co-founder of Cape Town Space Society. So Peter and Hal, opposite ends of beaming a laser to the moon. They did know each other, and at a ISDC not too long time ago, Hal even helped us pay tribute to Peter. So lesson learned here is let's continue their work. And I don't know if we have time for questions, but I'll take a few if people want.
Let me check the time here on us. We're at 3:55. So, you know, you can, if there are a few questions for Seth, we can take them, and then we move along. Any questions in the room? Okay, Kevin?
Yeah. If somebody were to take and push the beam and intentionally not focus it, what would be the ramifications and at what scale?
So, Seth, the question is, if you intentionally defocus the beam, what would be the ramifications?
Try to create as many
And I think you can duplicate this on a small scale. It would be retro direction. That is, the transmitted beam would respond to a retro-directive signal from the rectenna, calculate the phase of the signal, and phase the array accordingly. If it didn't get the signal, it would dephase and the beam would be diffuse and it would self-disperse. In smaller scale applications, it may or may not be practical to have such a mechanism. But for example, if you had a central power station and you that was terrestrial, you could simply flip off the beam for terrestrial uses. You could slew it into a harmless direction. I think that actually, now that you mention it, Kevin, this is probably a worthwhile study of beam safety at different scales. So it may not be the same mitigation at each scale.
Yeah, this actually came up in an earlier question, Seth, and you know, one of the suggestions that I brought to the table was that you have the receiver in order to have a coherent beam, not just relying on one system, but relying on both ends of it to be in sync before you, in order for the beam to remain coherent.
Yeah, two-factor authentication.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good idea.
All right, we can take one more question before we get in trouble. Any? Okay. All right, Seth, thank you very much. Sorry for the advanced kludge here. You're
We,
speaking of my telephone into the
well,
microphone.
thanks for bearing with me, and hopefully I'll see you all next year.
Okay, all right. Take care. Thank you. And my phone is trying to call me, so. Okay, Aaron, you've got Tom's presentation queued up? Is he driving it?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear you yet.
Tom, can you hear me?
Hello, hello. Can you hear
Can
me?
you hear me?
Hey,
He is.
there you
He's an
go.
unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you see this? I can't hear anything now.
One second, Tom, you've got to get it set.
Okay.
But by way of introduction, Tom may wish to say more or less on this, but both Tom Nugent and his late cohort, Jordan Kerr, have been individuals that have been at the forefront of actually trying to make power beaming work in physical systems. And in my book, from an engineering perspective, that's something I have a keen respect for, and that's why they're here. They have some things to say about making this stuff real. Thank you. Do we have your? I think you're. Are we good, Aaron? Okay, your slides are up.
Okay.
You got the floor.
Thank you, Gary, for the introduction and for the invitation. And yeah, we lost Jordan back in 2017, but he did some very early foundational work on laser power beaming in the early 90s. And when I met him, he had stuff set up in his house, and he was one of the only people in the world, presumably, to have a Class 4 laser warning sign on his laundry room door. And harkening back to Paul Jaffe's presentation yesterday, like him, I sort of grew up in the NSS back in the 90s and ran a local chapter. So I'm glad to be able to talk today. So I'm going to talk about what PowerLight has been doing to bring this technology to reality and how it impacts space solar. So there are a wide variety of situations where there is mission critical need for power and current solutions do not adequately address it. And that can range from things on the ground, underwater, up into the air and back down from the air, and even in space. And we've done demonstrations and or reports and stuff across all of those domains. I'm going to not take much time here, but we've had more than 15 years of developing laser power beaming technology, working with a wide variety of organizations in industry, academia, and government, and doing more and more demonstrations to push the performance envelope across many metrics, and I'll talk about a couple of those later. Our general goal, one of the goals, besides being able to make money, is to normalize delivering large amounts of power through the air without cables and make it as invisible, in a sense, as power lines and extension cords are effectively to people today. And we take this crawl, walk, run approach. And there's lots of good examples of other organizations that have done this with technology. Tesla with their electric cars, starting with a high-cost sports electric car that eventually got into a high-end consumer car, into a more medium-cost consumer car that improved the performance. Same thing with SpaceX as they've increased the size of their rockets. And we look to take a similar approach of starting at short distances, hundreds of meters, going out to kilometers, and then going beyond that to tens and hundreds and thousands of kilometers. And there's also other aspects of complexity, such as when you're going point to point on the ground, nothing's moving, for example. When you're going up into the air, one or maybe even both ends are moving. And in space beaming, you have likely larger distances, which have implications on tracking. And so we try to bring all of this into real hardware. I'm not going to stay on this, but this is a brief summary of a lot of the different systems that we've built and demonstrated over the years. And I have a few pictures of some of these from, we got our start with NASA Centennial Challenge for laser power beaming that we won, powering a robot to climb to a kilometer in the sky. Trade shows, demonstrations, powering drones, and doing things for a lot of different customers, setting world records, integrating safety, power, distance, size, weight, and a lot more for delivering power over distances and with partners like telecom as well as defense. We've also done a lot of work delivering power over fiber, where you can send high power laser through optical fiber, but that's not as relevant, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. So one of the key things that drove Jordan, my late co-founder, to partner with me to start this company was that lasers have been following their own kind of Moore's law for a few decades now. And it shows up that the price per output optical watt of lasers falls in half in less than 3 years. This has been driven by everything from laser hair removal, medical devices, laser welding and cutting, and many other industries. The other end of the system, which takes that laser light and converts it into electricity, photovoltaic cells have also, of course, seen huge plummet in their price. And the laser cells are also semiconductors and can benefit from all the existing infrastructure for manufacture of those. So some of the metrics that we've talked about that really are of importance are how much power are you delivering at the output end, and over what distance are you doing it. I have a few things here to try and give a sense of scale. A 6 foot tall person is a little less than 2 meters in distance or length, height, all the way up to 35,000 feet where airplanes cruise. You're up in the 11 kilometer distance. And there have been a lot of different demonstrations, both with microwave and laser power beaming, dating back to before the NASA Goldstone demo that everyone's seen and talked about, that still has the power record using Jet Propulsion Labs' existing, I think it was a 30-some meter diameter antenna. And there's a lot of work for sort of beaming power within a room or across a room for IoT devices and small consumer devices. But we're interested in this sort of area up here, where we're talking about hundreds or thousands of watts and hundreds and thousands of meters and beyond. And there are a lot of applications here. And PowerLight is currently focusing on the defense market because of their history of buying down risk on new technologies. And UAS are electric drones, and there's a lot of interest in those, as well as going to higher altitude drones. And some of the interesting things about these applications is that the power and distance scales have very strong overlap with interest from the telecom industry for powering 5G and eventually 6G radios. And the telecom industry is actually very interested in these stratospheric aircraft to provide a cell tower in the sky, especially across Africa and parts of Asia, to overcome some of the infrastructure limits there. And so in this range, PowerLight has generally been the leader in showing the ability to do power and distance, and especially doing it safely. These sort of circles here show ones that have been safe, and in 2019, we had that one of the demonstrations that I showed earlier was certified by the Navy's own Laser Safety Review Board as being safe to have VIPs come and see the demonstration without having to wear any laser protective eyewear or anything like that. This slightly faded spot here is a project we're working on right now. This is a photo of a sort of a mock-up receiver doing some test flights with our partner, Kraus Hamdani, that we're targeting flying and doing some initial test flights this year and having an official demonstration early next year. Another metric has to deal with safety. And people, when they hear lasers, think of a death ray or something. And the two graphs here show what the sort of allowed exposure for intensity is. This one on the left as a function of wavelength around the visible and near infrared, and on the right as a function of exposure time for a couple of different wavelengths. And the one on the left here combines potential damage to your retina, to your cornea, and to your skin, because that's how the safety standards are set up. And it's relatively low intensity. We usually talk in watts per square centimeter, but on the left hand here, it's watts per square meter, and that's very low. And you can see here, these two dashed purple lines are sort of the microwave RF exposure limits. For power beaming to be useful, especially in some of the applications we've talked about, like drones, you need that power to be a certain intensity. And that intensity is well above the exposure threshold. And so what that drives you to is needing to have an active safety sensing system that can turn the laser off before anyone can be exposed to hazardous levels of light. And we do this with a multi-layer safety system that takes a zero tolerance approach to any exposure and turns the laser off before there can be any exposure at all. And so if you imagine some object approaching a power beam, and we have different sensors around that power beam to detect this object, we have what's called the D3 time, which is the time it takes for your sensor to detect and sense that object, for some processing to happen to decide if it's something worth shutting the laser off over, and then the time it takes to actually power off the laser. And depending on the sensor type, those the distance you have before you have to shut it off and the sensing time frequency will vary. But we put all that together and have already demonstrated one of our most developed safety layers is what we call an enhanced light curtain. And here's some images from a demonstration we did of it over a kilometer. And this light curtain is optical. And you can see that even despite some very heavy scintillation from atmospheric turbulence, because this was basically right over an asphalt bike trail in the sun in July or August a few years ago, we were still able to show that it detected objects crossing the light curtain path and shutting off the laser. And we've done this in other systems where from the moment an object could be detected to when the laser is off is as short as 1 millisecond. And so that gives us a lot of margin for being able to safely turn off the laser and not have any exposure to it. One other metric is sort of the power per area. I mentioned the intensity. The vertical axis on this is power per weight, and that's less important for the audience here with the space solar, because this is the power per weight of the receiver. And on the ground, the weight is not so much of a constraint. It's when you're trying to fly that it becomes more important. But on the horizontal axis here, if you take a 24/7 time averaged output power, terrestrial solar PV arrays are relatively low. You sort of look up the numbers and the output from solar farms, and you can get sort of this range of numbers. I'm not as familiar with if there's been any proposals for higher intensity microwave space solar, but generally the beam intensity they talk about is somewhere to the right edge here, and then with efficiency losses it would be lower, but I'm giving some margin for that. Laser power beaming with the active safety that we've demonstrated has already been way up in this high intensity area, and we're pushing to increase it even more. And that means you can get useful amounts of power out of very small areas compared to other ways of getting power. And for those who aren't as familiar with log plots, the difference here is a factor of 1,000 compared to terrestrial solar arrays for delivering power. Very quick thing to explain to people, there's conservation of what's called étendue. It's related to the second law of thermodynamics. What it means is that for a type of light source, there is a limit on trading off the size of your transmit aperture, your receive aperture, and the distance separating them, and the amount of power. And this equation sets that upper limit. But basically, you can see that B is this radiance is a property of your light source, and then everything else is size and power. What that means is that if we extend that power and distance graph out into the going up into space kinds of distances, and we compare different types of light sources, we can see what are the upper limits for a given, say, aperture size to be able to deliver a certain amount of power. In this case, this is sort of the electromagnetic power, whether it's microwave or laser. And you can see that there's many orders of magnitude difference across all of these. Diode lasers are not as good as fiber lasers, and there's different types of fiber lasers, and you can get very high, what are called radiance. In this example here, I'm imagining a 1 meter transmit aperture and a 5 meter receive aperture, which is huge for a lot of laser systems, but also tiny for a lot of proposed microwave systems. So it's sort of in the middle to give a flavor of if you're trying to beam power, from a certain distance, you have limits on how much you could actually do given these aperture sizes. Now we overlay this with some of the markets for power beaming in space. We've done work for both NASA and DARPA on lunar power beaming and looking at some of the different use cases. And these boxes here sort of give a rough ballpark of what kinds of distances and power levels are of interest. The space solar, whether it's going from satellite to another satellite, or from orbit down to Earth, obviously are much longer distances and have, are going to presumably have different power requirements. The upper end here, 10 megawatts, is small for some of the long-term goals of space solar, but this represents the output of the largest wind turbine in the world today. So one of the things that I think, to answer the question that Seth did a great job of starting in the previous talk and that Gary asked about, was getting from here to there. And I think that space solar has had what I call a near-term microwave problem. And it's that the huge apertures required to be able to beam power from space only make sense when you have huge amounts of power to be able to transmit, to make it economically sensible. But there's a lot of steps that will need to happen between where we are today and where that happens, including things like proofs of concept flights that will need to be lower cost in order to get funded. But they have to be some relevant amount of power, a kilowatt of power, not a microwatt of power. And it's been my belief for some time that laser power beaming could be a useful intermediate step, because we can deliver useful amounts of power in the kilowatt scale in packages that are single-digit meters in size, which means that an entire demonstrator could launch in a single rocket launch. And that not only shows that the concept of delivering power from space is viable, it can be perhaps its own niche market that can start small and grow. There's, I think, a couple of companies trying to jump straight into this beaming power over long distances. And that might be a market that can then grow and eventually justify the bigger expense for the grid scale kind of power delivery. So to advance along these steps, things like the distance that I've already showed needs to be increased, and demonstrating that requires things like a platform. Demonstrating a few kilometers, you can do that horizontally on the ground, but beyond that, you really need to start going up into the air, and carrying something and dealing with all the regulatories are eventually issues. The power scales pretty linearly. You quote unquote just add more PV cells and lasers to get more power. There's things around efficiency, but the efficiency of lasers has been going up and up. And there's a lot of work that PowerLight's been doing on all of the subsystem design to minimize losses outside of the laser and PV cell. And we have a roadmap for getting end-to-end, all-included efficiency, including things like thermal management and controls and pointing, all of that electrical power consumption, end-to-end efficiency up above 30% over 5 years with a reasonable amount of funding. And as I said at the beginning, there's work to be done to make it such that this is accepted by regulatory bodies and the general public. So, talking about the distance, here are a possible example, sort of like what Seth was talking about before, of stepping stones to getting to that space solar market. HAP stands for High Altitude Platform System or something like that. It's the stratospheric aircraft and balloons that we've already been in discussions with some groups about. And doing a demonstration to the stratosphere can be useful for a market, maybe defense, but eventually you scale up the power to do telecoms that can have serious cell radios up in the stratosphere. You can then start going to the longer distances by doing a satellite to satellite at a relatively close distance of 100 kilometers to work on things like the tracking and all of the space rating of components. And then you can start going from LEO down to Earth to get, maybe hundreds of watts, maybe a little bit more, from some orbit a little bit higher, perhaps than the space station. Then you can start really extending those distances by the sort of, many factors compared to the previous one, going to satellite to satellite. And then eventually you can start going up into middle Earth orbit or medium Earth orbit, in the 8 to 10,000 kilometer range, where you can now start getting serious power. And there's a concept we've developed for being able to do even this, half megawatt kind of power beaming from Earth or to Earth from MEO in sort of a constant output delivery. So, with all of that, laser power beaming is much more closer to being a reality than a lot of people think. People in this audience might be a little bit more believing than others we talk to. But we are going to be getting that power beaming to a drone product out in the next year. We've shown that it's safe. We've been showing the scaling up to powers and distances that are useful for a number of years. And there is a path to taking it out to space. And so I also want to mention with Paul Jaffe and Bernie Strassner and Mitchell Sosinski, we published a book last year that talks about power beaming on both the microwave and laser side and starts to try and draw a common language for talking about system design. So with that, thank you very much, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Let's see here. Any questions in the room at this point? Okay, we're running into the window here. So again, here we go.
Hi, I'm Sleet. Hey, what do you think about making the receiver, like I think you said 5-meter diameter as a use case, making that airborne above the clouds?
Yeah, I think there was Dick Dickinson or someone else who had done a proposal like that many years ago, and I've even sort of sketched out that kind of system that could make a lot of sense with having a stratospheric receiver. If you take some of these large balloon kind of vehicles, if you have it a few tens of meters across or larger, that can work actually very nicely with a laser transmitter in orbit that might be able to deliver tens of kilowatts of power or more to that airship. And then you could use a microwave power beaming system to relay that power through clouds down to the ground.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much, Tom. Sincerely
Thank you.
appreciate it. And look forward to working with you further.
For the rest of the conference.
And, if it is our intention to make the presentations as part of a electronic symposium proceedings, available in those regards. They have to confirm it with all concerned, but that's the plan. Okay, all right. Where are we with respect to hooking, hooking yours up? This is a comedy of that demonstrates the necessity that it's often the assumptions that get us in trouble. One of the curious lessons learned in the development of the robotic systems interface standards for the International Space Station program was we had a set of test interfaces that different groups had put together, and they were all convinced that they were right. So we had them go and build test articles, and we did a round robin. And every one of those test articles performed differently when a different lab tested. Okay, so the lesson also drives home here is that one shouldn't be having to rely on testing a new way of hooking a system up every time a speaker shows up. Question for you. There's a reason why, the notion of doing a bake-off is so intimately entwined with the IT business. There's nothing like having to make it work. Indeed. Well, back in, yeah.
It was like a LAN party, but for the internet.
Back in, yeah. Yeah. Back in the day, one of the other hats that I wore is at a computer network systems engineering company, and for ISDCs, we would bring in a managed point of presence server, take over the network, re-architect it for the hotel that we were in, and make it work for them. Okay, and in return for having a run, the run of the facility and their physical plant, and the ability to mess with their connectivity. And it worked out very well, but every place we went to, ended up being a mess. Back in the day, the notion of actually going between wireless access points was an issue. if you can imagine that, these days. But where are we in the quest? All right. A brief introduction is due here, and that part of my continuing conspiracies, if you forgive the multimedia analogy, I think there's still some good left in the agency. One of the primary sponsors or patrons of XISP Inc. has been the Space Communications and Navigation project and program office at NASA headquarters. They ended up being the Stucky for dealing with us in our, Space Act umbrella agreements and whatnot. And one of the things that is a key focus now is something known as the Lunar Interoperability Specification. And, imagine a collection of folks definitely skewed to the geek and wonk side of things that are worrying about how you make, the plumbing work, for a whole range of different systems and different entities. And so the notion was to come up with this specification, essentially with a blank slate, and build on it. When you think of, as I've asserted earlier with this notion that there's a relationship between power beaming and ancillary services, this brings the question and clear in that one of our testing areas that is going to be likely most advantageous for it to use in the near term is a lunar environment. So what my colleague, Scott Johnston, is here to address is how do we take the world of lunar interoperability specifications and reduce it to making it real in terms of for commercial customers and in other entities. And an informal poll I'd like to have you folks respond to after this is, do you see a way you could take what he's talking about and actually turn it on in your organization? Because we're standing up a test lunar interoperability network set of nodes on planet here between different commercial entities, different NASA centers, and other universities and entities to start proving this stuff out now. And without further ado, here is Scott.
Thank you, Gary. What he was just talking about is named the bundle bone, similar to the M bone for multicast or 6 bone for IPv6 networks. So this is an entirely accurate title. I hitchhiked to my first Internet Engineering Task Force conference in 2002. And so this is the Hitchhiker's Guide to the LunarNet Interoperability Specification. We all have not had the chance to meet. So I am Scott Johnson. I'm the CEO of Spacely Packets, LLC. I write code primarily. I've developed the Interplanetary Email Suite, bmail. I've developed the Interplanetary DNS architecture, which is a necessary component to make any interplanetary internet circuits work. I added the IPv6 support to the Interplanetary Overlay Network from NASA's JPL. That is the ION suite, is the basically premier bundle protocol agent that is available today. And also wrote a delay-tolerant power control application called BP Power. I built and designed, architected the AS32639, the internet service provider that I operate mainly for testing purposes and protocol development purposes. I'm a member of NANOG, the North American Network Operators Group. And so you get a little background on NANOG. In the late 90s, someone came to the plenary mic and said, if there was an attack on this building, the internet would cease to function because everyone who really knows how it works is here. And so we've implemented designated survivors since then. But in my capacity here today, though, I'm primarily speaking to you as the vice president and board member of the Interplanetary Networking Special Interest Group. This was founded by Dr. Vint Cerf in the late 90s because we realized that IP networks weren't going to cut it when we were going into space. Things break in time out. How does this relate to cislunar orbital photovoltaic arrays? Well, the remainder of my bona fides here will show the power system on the left that runs my ISP now, the schematic diagram thereof. And we use this is the descendant of a system that we use in a great many small Pacific islands, places where there is no power grid, where we bridge the digital divide to connect those places. This is the latest version of that. And on the right, that's not quite Eclipse Lander, but it was the only method to get our network components, batteries, solar panels, et cetera, to some of these remote islands. That is called the Kwai. And it took the trek from Oahu 1,000 miles south to Kirisimas, Christmas Island, in the Republic of Kiribati, which we connected. So this document is the LNIS, we call it, the LunaNet Interoperability Specification document. It is 133 pages long, and I was tasked to describe it to you in 25 minutes. So you will pardon me if I'm not comprehensive in my coverage of this document. What I'm going to do is go through certain key parts, mainly where we have TBDs, things that we need to answer or are currently answering. And I'm going to give you an architectural overview of how this network of networks is going to work. In doing so, I'm going to do it in the context of a solar system internet, a comprehensive solar system internet. These two documents are products of the IPN-SIG, the Strategy Toward a Solar System Internet for Humanity, and the Solar System Internet Architecture and Governance document. These are both position papers that we have produced at the Interplanetary Networking Special Interest Group. I did have a hard copy of the one on the left here, but somebody picked it earlier today, so if you grabbed it, enjoy it. I have some QR codes here for those who'd like to download those. And I really want to take a moment to focus on the fact that IPN-SIG is kind of the central think tank now for a lot of these topics. We assemble academia, private industry, NASA, ESA, JAXA, CLIPS operators. Everyone who is thinking in this space now participates with us primarily. And these documents have done a lot to shape the LunaNet specification. As I said, all three of these documents, despite the first being a NASA-produced document, are international collaborations. All three of these space agencies have fundamentally agreed to conform, and their subcontractors by extension, to the LunaNet specification for delivery of network and PNT services. So this is kind of the way. Before we dig into the illness, though, I have some audience participation here, if you guys don't mind to indulge me. I'm going to ask a series of questions. If your answer is yes, raise your hand and keep it raised. You don't have to go all the way up. Right here is fine. And we're going to learn some things as a result. So, this may seem like an anachronism, but how many here have used the internet? Very good. How many have a website or have an employer who has a website? Okay, good. How many of you know the domain name of that website? Excellent. Now, how many of you know the IP address of that website? Oh, shaka when the walls fell. This demonstrates that the DNS is a key component to us using the internet. Maybe not for machine-to-machine communication, but when humans interact with it, we don't want to remember strings of numbers. We want to remember names that make it easy for us to access resources. Okay, so how many of you have a smartphone? Okay, good. How many of you use IPv6 every day? Okay, so that was a trick question, because if you all have a cell phone, all of your cell phones are numbered uniquely with IPv6 addresses. Every carrier in the United States does this now, okay? And finally, how many of you have a DTN node with an IPN node number? Anybody? Okay, that's me, just me? Okay, that's where we're going today. So here's the problem. This is a shot of the Earth and the Moon, to scale purportedly, because it's in one frame, from the Mars Odyssey Thermal Emission Imaging System. The little dot, uh-oh, I believe your pointer has run out of battery. The little dot here is the Moon, and this asterisk that I've added to the diagram is the range limit of IP networks. The latency to the Moon back and forth is about 2.6 seconds, okay? when we get to about 3 seconds of round trip time, we run into significant breakage on many layers of services. Not only application services timing out, but network layer services like TCP time out and break. Fundamentally, that is the limit where the internet as we know it stops functioning. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And so, what do we do about this challenge, right? Well, in the late 90s, during the dot-com boom, there was a very close examination of the internet as it was beginning to scale to massive size. And we realized there were some fundamental shortcomings in the original design, things we just hadn't thought about. One was IP address exhaustion. Today, you have to go buy IP addresses from a broker, IPv4 addresses anyway. There's no more wait list that you can reasonably get an allocation from as an ISP. But we wrote the IPv6 protocol, which greatly expanded the address space from 32 bits to 128 bits. We're not going to run out of IPv6. At the same time, we figured out that this latency barrier existed. And if we had ambitions of internet to the rest of the solar system, we had to resolve that. So work began on the delay-tolerant networking suite of protocols, DTN, bundle protocol primarily. And a lot of that early work was done by some folks at MITRE and some folks at JPL and Vint Cerf, who's widely known as the father of the internet. I've been lucky enough to work with him for close to a couple of decades now, and let me tell you, it's been an incredibly rewarding experience. So, with that in mind, let me back up for a second. We get IP networks to the moon. We can do it. It'll work okay, as long as we don't drop any packets. But the minute we start dropping packets, that extra latency in the retransmission makes the experience untenable. The throughput is an order of magnitude or less than the nameplate of the circuit. And so it's just not a viable option. Does that mean we can't use IP networks in LunaNet? No, it does not mean that. As a matter of fact, the LunaNet specification shows us that it is expected that we have surface IP networks. And the reason for that is we have a really wide range of applications that we have written for IP networks. Lots of services, lots of things work, okay? Not the case with bundle protocol. Most of those applications are mission specific, written for a particular spacecraft, often accessing GPIOs or et cetera, in such a way that it's not a portable or standardizable type of application, like we have with the internet. But I want to draw attention to one particular line here. Use of IP requires both source and destination to be operating within a portion of the network capable of supporting IP, but not, such as, but not limited to, the lunar surface. So in the context of a solar system internet, we can have an IP network on the moon. We can have an IP network on Mars. We can have an IP network on Europa. We have the internet on Earth. However, we do not have the mechanism with IP alone to connect these islands of internet. This is a diagram from NASA from about 4 years ago that shows what some of the components are expected to be for a LunaNet network. So obviously we have ground stations, we have mission controls, we have things like that. The parts I want to focus on here are gateways, relays, lunar orbital relays, and surface elements, okay? At this time, this was all predicated on being completely bundle protocol network. Now a little time has passed, and a little more thought has gone in, and we see here a diagram of a little more built-out delay-tolerant network. We have, again, the ground stations, again, the relays. Now we extend it to Mars with users and relays there. We have multiple commercial providers of relay services shown in this diagram, which is the intention of NASA, not to operate these networks entirely on their own, but to build a network of networks in space in a similar fashion as we do with the internet. So on Earth, we have the internet. We have IP networks. It works as we know it, and that's all very good. In this diagram, on the moon, we're also going to have an IP network, an isolated one, and an isolated one on Mars. And we have to bridge those with bundle protocol. Now this takes some very special legerdemain to make this happen, which I've spent the past several years working on the solution for. As I said before, the key enabling technology for delay-tolerant networking is bundle protocol. This is the RFC, which describes it. It's RFC 9171. This is version 7 of bundle protocol. Version 6 is a CCSDS Blue Book, okay? There is currently a CCSDS Orange Book that is being produced based on this that will fundamentally be the standard that is applied for LunaNet operations, despite the fact that the LunaNet document states that this is under review and it is in use bundle protocol version 7, but the LunaNet spec doesn't want to point to an IETF document, they want to point to a CCSDS document. So one is being created based on this document. Here we have a table showing some of the convergence layer adapters that are available. This is not an exhaustive list for the bundle protocol. And so to give you an idea how this works, ION stands for Interplanetary Overlay Network. On an IP network, a bundle protocol network functions as an application layer tool. However, it can also ride over other things, such as a serial link, encapsulation packet protocol, I believe directly over AOS and Prox1, as well as USLP. But what I want to draw your attention to here is not this, it's this. Entities will need to register addresses and IDs utilized by the protocols that make up the LNIS protocol stack in order to interoperate as part of the LunaNet. LunaNet also specifies IP networks, as we talked about. It does not specifically specify IPv6 networks. However, the consensus among the community is that we use only IP off-world. One, to ease our routing decisions, and two, as a way that we can create a little higher security around those networks. And three, so that no participants in the solar system internet need to go to a IPv4 address broker and pay $50 or $100, depending on the day you go, per IP address to participate. It's worth noting that these numbers were kind of unobtainium for a long time if you didn't work directly with a space agency and were sponsored directly by a space agency that was part of CCSDS. I'm probably the guilty party in finding the way around that, having my company being the first that was allocated node numbers by the first private sector company that was allocated node numbers by the IANA, and this specification has actually changed a little bit to add a different form of encoding, and we're also the first to get what's called an allocator ID, which is a very large range of node numbers. IP and SIG can provide node numbers to you guys directly. We can also provide consultation from one of several of our participants at your choice in deploying these networks or securing these assets, resources for yourself or for your organization. So using these two network components, bundle protocol networks and IP network components, we're able to produce robust technology stacks. A former board member at ISS, Alberto Mantilla's company, Spatium, has demonstrated on the ISS, this is now a TRL9 technology, a video and voice streaming application that uses the application layer gateway protocol concept to deliver payload data across IP and BP networks. There is the bundle streaming service that is used with this, as well as the RTSP on the IP side of the network. And they have developed a gateway that allows these two disparate network types to interact together for these particular service. When we add in the DNS, we get some really robust functionality. This is my own work product. It's been several years in the coming. And this is a representation of the application layer gateway system, the algorithmic representation of the application layer gateway for SMTP, for email. So what we've done is we've enabled email to the moon, to Mars, to Europa, et cetera. Wherever we may have people to consume email, we can put the necessary machines to deliver that email. It's worth noting this is probably a TRL6 technology. We have this running. This is a live system at luna.sol.int. You can send an email to info@luna.sol.int and you'll receive a reply describing how this system works. Durga.spacelypackets.com is the application layer gateway, and then it only speaks bundle protocol to luna.sol.int. The application layer gateway allows us to turn an email into bundle payload and then back into an email for delivery. More application layer gateways are being written to handle HTTP, HTTPS requests, SSH, rsync, our syslog, and a great many of the services that network administrators, as well as users, are going to need in order to operate off-world networks. Of course, security is very important. When we considered the original internet, we didn't think much about security and its design because it was on a closed network. Nobody really had a bad actor that could play man in the middle and make a problem. As the years passed and we expanded the network, we learned that, yeah, that's a challenge, and we wound up bolting various and assorted security products on top. When the network was looked at in the late 90s and IPv6 was created, a lot of that network security was built into the IP layer at that point. And when bundle protocol was designed, security was definitely built into the stack such that it was an integrated component and nothing particularly extra was needed to implement it. I will point here that this section is considered informational. LunaNet Interoperability Security Specifications 89 will be the repository. Once again, that's a TBD document. But I can clue you in a little bit on that. This is RFC 9172, Bundle Protocol Security. We can provide confidentiality, integrity with bundle confidentiality blocks. There are specific header blocks that are built for this, and bundle integrity blocks so that we can ensure not only is the data encrypted, but it is from where it says it is from. When we employ a tunneling mechanism called bundle-in-bundle encapsulation, or BIBE, we can enjoy perfect forward secrecy because now our header blocks are also encrypted in this encapsulation, and anyone who is transiting our data across their network has no idea where the origination or destination is, notwithstanding that they can't get into the data and can't alter it. I would be remiss in talking about LunaNet if I did not speak to PNT, but I would also be remiss if I did not point out all of these to be determined in this list. Yes, we need to know where we are. Yes, we need to know when we are. And we need to know where we're going. And that's what PNT provides us. The idea is to create a GPS-like network that orbits the moon. That's going to require the interoperation of several different relay operators in order to make enough density of GPS-like satellites to actually get a reasonable service out of it. I do want to point out number 4 here, LunaNet, or Lunar Reference System and Lunar Reference Time System Standard. So the thought is that if, and this is going through Congress now, believe it or not at this point, the thought is that if we put 1 or 2 or 3 high quality clocks on the moon, we can create a lunar local time, a lunar standard time, a time reference on the moon. Couple that with an IP network that is deployed on the moon, and it's very easy to distribute time via network time protocol to that IP network. This saves us a lot of money in launching expensive clocks or heavy clocks with everything we send up, or launching dozens and dozens of satellites to cover basically only the south pole of the moon, which is where the majority of the focus is at this point. So I'm not advocating for NTP over IP as the primary method of time distribution, but when all else fails, you should be able to get a pretty reasonably accurate time out of that configuration. We still want the orbital assets to do it, but we need to know that we have time no matter what. And NTP over IP on the lunar surface solves that for us. LNSP. I don't know how many you are going to want to be in that business. If you're talking about operating an orbital solar array or in cislunar space, then it only makes sense to me to either get into that business as well or co-locate or partner with someone who is in that business so that you are not only providing power, but you have those positioning services and communication services you need to effectively and accurately deliver that power. Shown here are the various assorted frequencies. This is a pretty well done diagram, and I'm not going to go very deeply into it. But I do want to point out that we have another TBD here. Standards for optical link interfaces are to be determined. It's probably going to be 1450 nanometers. We've demonstrated this with retroreflectors on the moon and like 10 gig circuits back and forth bounced off the moon back to Earth. So this is not an unviable technology. The LCOT program is the low-cost optical terminal program. I think that's out of Goddard, but it may be out of Glenn. And it seeks to provide exactly what it says, a low-cost optical terminal that can allow these types of communication interactions. So all of this is predicated on the concept that we survive and the Earth is not destroyed by the Vogon threat here of the current administration in this part of the galaxy that is seeking to put in a hyperspace bypass here. So this is one of the little islands I lit up. I'm going to say so long and thanks for all the fish. The QR code goes to the IPNSIG website where you can find our position papers and a wide range of other documents, libraries, and et cetera associated with our work. I'm happy to entertain any questions that anyone may have. Oh, come on. Somebody's got to have something. Is it all really that clear? Okay.
I would like to ask you. Okay. Just for my information, how good is the time and frequency data?
How good is the time and frequency
Yeah,
data?
how many that you could deliver by this means?
Well, as I described with the idea that we distributed via NTP. In all truth, that's going to be a limitation of NTP. Now, that doesn't mean we can't extend the number of digits of precision of NTP. It's basically the limit of our clock. It's the same service we enjoy here on Earth.
And I'll be the virtual Jim here, if you'll forgive me. There's actually the non-physicist answer to it, which is if you give me a foot cubed, I can give you the best time money can buy. Okay. If you have a foot, however, if you're willing to reset your clock on a fairly frequent basis, I can give you a gum stick that gives you really, really good time. Okay. So what that really comes down to, and I think how we have to think about it is what is the time horizon for a particular problem, a particular procedure or process you're running as an operator. So long as your time is enough, you can always reset it afterwards.
Hasn't a company been awarded a contract to develop the time framework for the moon?
I believe you're referring to Intuitive Machines. Yeah, they won the Near Space Network contract, which does include both comms and PNT services. However, Intuitive Machines' attitude toward, I don't want to speak for them, this is my opinion only. Intuitive Machines' attitude toward the development of these things is that, look, we can just fill in the blanks for these TBDs and you can accept it, or we can continue to work together and develop appropriate standards and fill in those TBDs in such a way that pretty much everyone is happy about it. So yes, there are the relays that they have been contracted to place up there, but that is not enough to affect a complete time solution in a GPS style fashion. We need more orbital relays in order to do that. To get good time and positioning here on Earth, you need at least 3 or 4 satellites generally connected to your cell phone to be able to get the kind of precision that you want. Obviously, we need higher precision if we're talking about beaming down to meter-sized receivers in an optical communications or larger in an optical power transfer situation. We need the higher accuracy, and I don't think that we're going to be able to get that higher accuracy without more birds around the moon. Yes, sir.
So I'm sorry I came in a little late. Are you calibrating from GPS signals at all?
There has been some talk about using a time standard for Earth, and it's still, as shown, to be determined. However, in my opinion, having watched this for a while, it's going to be a lunar surface standard time.
Well, no, I'm just saying, are you coordinating,
Oh, yes,
the system with GPS?
Absolutely, because and with the time standards on Earth.
Yeah.
Because, time flows differently on the moon.
Sure.
Due to general relativity, right? It's a shallower gravity well, and yet it moves a little bit faster, so special relativity makes it speed up a little bit, or slow down a little bit, rather, because of the additional speed versus the Earth. But it works out to, I think, about 58 or 56 microseconds a day that is skewed between what we consider a lunar standard time and standard time, universal standard time here on Earth. So there are mechanisms in place that translate one from the other, but we do need to have local time standards in order to affect surface operations and similar things that are happening only in cislunar space.
Have you been talking to or working with Marshall Eubanks? Marshall Eubanks?
I do know Marshall. Marshall, he's an interesting fellow. He does not believe that IP networks cannot work to the moon or to further out. There's a group called Tip Top, an IETF working group that was recently chartered, and these fellows are attempting to make an end-to-end IP solution throughout the solar system. Personally, having designed the DNS architecture, I did that first for good reason. Having been an internet operator for 25 years now, I know which parts are critical to the operation of the network. And Mark Blanchet and Marshall and that entire cadre of people started out kind of on the applications. And they said, okay, now we can work on the network layer. Look, we can stretch out IP. Okay, the transport layer. Look, we can change the timings on QUIC so that we can tunnel everything over QUIC, over UDP, over IP, and make a big interweb across the solar system. I don't think it treats the concepts of routing, naming, and security anywhere near a sufficient fashion to produce a workable network. Now, that's not to say they may not figure it out in the future, but what I built is a working solution today. Anybody else?
Scott, I know that you are working on sort of proving this out on the ground, as you opened up with. About how many nodes have you established on the ground that are participating in proving this out terrestrially today?
In my personal network, I operate about a dozen nodes. There are an additional approximately 24 nodes that are part of the Interplanetary Networking Special Interest Group Projects Working Group Network. We are also in the process of contracting with the internet2.edu network, which is, it was built from academics in the 90s who said, wait, all our network bandwidth is going away. We need to build another network that is just for education and research. And so that was what was built across the terrestrial, or across the continental United States. It's a high-speed backbone. We are contracting with them to get access to the points of presence, which gives us both rack space and the fundamentally massive bandwidth that is available between these networks. So we're going to start stacking more than just single board computers. I have some retired Netflix cache servers, which 288 terabytes of storage each in them, that we're going to be placing at specific points on the network to show the store and forward capacity with large data items, like 4K videos, for example, okay? The goal there is to create, as Gary said, the bundle bone, the backbone, the terrestrial backbone, that will allow us to interconnect mission operations centers, launch centers, laboratories, academia, and our open private networks. I would say amongst those that participate in IP and SIG, there are about 100 nodes that are live now. Not all of them are public, not all of them are connected to one another. Many are doing things in isolation, testing, and things like that, to answer your original question. Anybody else? Anybody?
NXISP Inc. is standing up a mission and operations payload control center for small satellites. Trying to use the prototype of a managed point of presence system. Is out of the box a LunaNet interoperable specification compatible. The idea being is that's actually for folks that need to be able to have a capability to use it, being able to actually buy something that actually does it, or the talents to implement it in whatever place you want it to have, rather than it being a special study that has to be conducted in a research program. I think it can make a very real difference. And it certainly did in the past when we built internet service providers in a box, 7 generations of them. So thank you very much, Scott. Hopefully one of the things I wanted to impress here is that it's not, in some sense, another language that we need to learn, but it's something we need to come to terms with. What it takes to move things out of the lab and into the operational reality of deployed systems means we've got to make stuff like what Scott was talking about work. Okay.
Just one more point that I forgot. Delay-tolerant applications, bundle protocol is a store and forward mechanism. So you can't program applications based on the same concepts you would of continual connectivity and low latency that you would for a terrestrial application, for an IP-based application. Ed Moran is the co-chair of the delay-tolerant networking working group at IETF. He also sits on the board with me at IP and SIG, and he has produced a wonderful textbook entitled Developing Delay-Tolerant Applications for Bundled Protocol Networks. He uses it in teaching at Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab, and I found it to be incredibly helpful in writing the application layer gateways that I did. Thanks, Gary.
Thank you. So, what we had for the last session here really is sort of an open discussion. We've heard a lot of different presenters talking about where things stand now with respect to space solar power technology, where things stand. Oh, actually, yes. My apologies. Let's see. Yes. Hey, Arthur, are you, Art?
I'm here.
Okay. Are you gonna, sorry, my apologies. Okay. It's danger having me read programs without my glasses on, I guess. So no, you have the ball. Are you going to be presenting your slides yourself?
Yes.
Great. Okay. You have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
No? Well, I'm sharing it, so I don't know what to do.
Hold on. Now it's up.
I see it.
And we see it now too. Thank you. Actually, you wanted to kick it to full screen.
Should I?
Yes.
Okay. How's that?
That's very good. And you can move the picture windows off to the side. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's great. So thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Actually, I wish I was with you because you're almost in my hometown. Probably you don't know, but I grew up in Merritt Island from 1959 to 1970. I was there. My father moved the family there because he was into liquid oxygen, and he ran the liquid oxygen plant at the Space Center. I actually, as a university student, worked at the Space Center in '67 and '68 during the Apollo program. And actually, my job was I was human email. So that was a very, very exciting time. You can imagine. I saw everything that the beginning of the American space program in my backyard. So today, I want to tell you about Astrostrom. I was asked to give you our what's happening with us here. I'm based in Switzerland, to let you know, and the name Astrostrom is actually German for astroelectricity. So my friend Michael Sneed has written a great book about astroelectricity. So we've adopted the name for the German region of the world. So I'm going to talk about the background of our SOS LEO project and our relationship with ESA, Space Solar Power for Switzerland, and for the equatorial regions of the world. And I will end with a few comments about a Greater Earth Energy Organization. So I'm going to run a video. I hope it works. We can see.
The Space Option Star is a space solar power demonstrator and a global communication event to be launched on an Ariane 64 from Kourou, French Guiana. The Space Option Star addresses the climate and energy crises on Earth by harnessing solar power in space. The Space Option Star will utilize expandable, thin-film photovoltaic solar panels in a gravity gradient stabilized planar phased array solar power satellite. The Space Option Star will be deployed in a 1,000-kilometer equatorial low Earth orbit and will transmit 1 megawatt of electrical power to locations near the equator in countries in Asia, South America, and Africa. Delivering clean energy from space. A star in the sky. Introducing the space energy age. This is just the beginning.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that. You might have been surprised about the use of the inflatable technology, but this has been looked at by NASA some years ago. And this is a video that's actually on the National Space Society's website that I found. And the introduction to this video showing what NASA was doing in terms of using inflatable technologies for space solar power was introduced by our colleague John Mankins about 20 years ago. Well, anyway, in Europe was developing this kind of technology for in the early 1990s, late 1980s, and it was called chemically rigidized expandable structures. And this was under development by a company in Switzerland called Contravi Space. And I got in touch with this company for other reasons, and they put me in touch with their head of research and development, Dr. Marco C. Bernasconi, who was probably the European expert in this particular technology. And ESA put a lot of money into this technology back then, but it's actually never really been realized in space from them anyway. Anyway, Bernasconi and I worked together with this idea. We had all kinds of ideas how we could use large structures in space. And we also had a philosophical dimension, which we called the space option, which we presented in the International Astronautical Congress in 1993. And the idea is the space option is basically a choice for humanity to utilize the resources of space for the benefit of Earth, especially energy. And we submitted, we used this inflatable technology concept and we came up with an idea called the Space Option Star. And we applied to an OSIP campaign from ESA. They were looking for new space missions and concepts. And our Space Option Star project was selected out of 201 submissions. And we were really pleased about that. But there was no money involved in this particular campaign. And a year later, we submitted another idea called the Greater Earth Lunar Power Station, which was the idea to go to the moon and to build solar power satellite components from lunar materials, first to power lunar operations, and later, if that manufacturing facility was working, then we could use that same facility to actually develop solar power satellite components for the Earth. Well, the study was completed in 2023, and ESA was pretty happy about it. And They published it on their website, and we got a lot of attention in the media about that, and that was really cool. And we were happy to be a part of the Solaris program, which, as you know, there was a really nice video for Solaris, which actually my company made for ESA. So if you've seen that video, some of the images in it you'll see related to what we've been doing. Well, we have it on our website. You can read about it. It's our approach to space solar power, and the idea of, for sure, if space solar power is ever going to be really, really, really useful for the Earth with thousands or hundreds of satellites, we're probably eventually going to have to go to the moon to make components for solar power satellites, because launching those many satellites from the surface of Earth is a logistic problem, plus it's an environmental problem. So I think eventually the future of space solar power would be building these components from lunar materials. So in our study for ESA, we identified 3 key technologies. One, to transport the items from the surface of the moon to the assembly location in the EML1, Lagrange point 1, in the Earth-Moon system. So we decided the most elegant way to do that would be to use a lunar space elevator. As far as making photovoltaics, we worked together with Tallinn University of Technology and ESA in Estonia, who were working with ESA, and they've been developing technology called monograin layer solar cells. And this is a single crystalline type of solar cell that can be produced with lunar pyrite, which would be synthesized on the moon. And the other key technology was using basalt as fiber for structural materials and other aspects there. So this is also being developed in Europe at the university in Aachen. So these 3 technologies we identified in our study. And we followed up on that with an article about the Lunar Space Elevator in the JBIS journal, together with a number of other space elevator articles. And we've signed a strategic cooperation with the Tallinn University of Technology. And this is a picture of a monograin layer facility that's actually operating in Vienna. So this is actually making commercial photovoltaics out of this material. And you can imagine, because this is not so big, that this factory could be modularized and sent to the moon ready to go. So as far as basalt's going, this is at the Lunar Space Resources Week in 2024. There was a demonstration there of how to turn basalt into fiber material, which is part of our what we want to do. So we've also worked with another company in Germany to help them visualize their idea of having a seismographic research system to detect lunar materials there. So this is an offshoot of our project, but we're really happy to do that. And we made the video for them as well. So we also signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the exploration company, because they're actually planning to go to the moon one day, and we think that we would probably have a payload for them at that time. Because our study from ESA got a lot of publicity, it actually got published in China, and the Chinese organization or company in Infinity Energy contacted us because actually they're very interested, of course, going to the moon and in space solar power, and we signed a memorandum of cooperation as well. So later on at the International Conference on Energy from Space in April 2024, my colleague in the study, Dr. Patrick Collins, he gave a presentation about the equatorial low Earth orbit. And he actually worked on a project early called Japan SPS 2000 project, which they wanted to demonstrate space solar power. But the equatorial low Earth orbit is very, very interesting, because if you want to test space solar power satellites, low Earth orbit is obviously much cheaper than going directly to GEO, but the equatorial low Earth orbit is specifically good because we could have rectennas in countries along the equator. So one satellite could actually send power to different rectennas around the world, around the equator. And this would be very, very useful. In fact, we could probably access each rectenna 10 times a day. Well, this idea sort of grew, and the ETH Zurich, which is the Swiss Technology Institute of Technology in Zurich, very prestigious school. They put out a call for ideas from space companies in Switzerland, and we submitted our idea for developing a space-based solar power mission in equatorial low Earth orbit, and they selected it, and they worked on their master studies group worked on this for about 3 months, and they came up with a fantastic study of a 106-page study with a lot of details of how this would actually work. And so we actually adapted those ideas, and we came up with the space option star and low Earth orbit that you saw in the video. So this is going to be, I mean, a really big object, 100 meters in diameter, 13 metric tons, and it would be at 1,000 kilometer equatorial low Earth orbit, and it would produce 1 megawatt of electrical power for Earth, but not all at one time because it's passing over, so you wouldn't get that much power at each rectenna. So this project actually has gotten some interest here locally. There's the second Solar Biennale taking place right now in a major museum in Lausanne, Switzerland. And they selected us. We're the only space solar power company or project in this particular exhibition about solar power. It's a very exciting thing to do, and it's a beautiful exhibition. And that goes until October this year. In the meantime, we've signed a strategic cooperation with a company along the equator in Malaysia. Vanguard Space Industries has gotten in touch with us, and we've been discussing for the last 6-8 months what we could do there. And this is a concept of a rectenna on an island in Malaysia there, 2 kilometers in diameter for our, that would be probably the size we would need to get a usable power. And you see, we're sending up the pilot beam up to the solar power satellite. Well, we've also went to Africa, and we found a strategic partner in Africa too. And Galaxy Aerospace Engineering is very intent on creating a spaceport in Ghana, and they're actually looking for land, and they'd like to put a rectenna on their facility they're planning for there. So that's very fantastic. And there's a lot of geopolitical benefits of going to this equatorial Earth orbit, because a lot of people in that region, specifically in Africa, there's over 730 million people in the world who do not have access to electricity. And this is one of the space development goals of the United Nations, 7, as specifically about energy. And you can see that some of the countries are very poor, not all of them, but some of them are very poor. But what's very nice about this is that it's a concept that would automatically create international collaboration to have it happen. So this is a very, very nice geopolitical benefit. But also the communication benefits, as the space option star is a very big object. It's going to be very bright. It's a star in the sky. So a lot of people would be able to see this in the sky and be excited about, hey, what's happening, Somebody's bringing clean energy to Earth in space, and we think this is a very, very, very important concept. But also, Space Option Star has an acronym SOS, which is kind of a internationally recognized distress signal. So actually, we want to save our spaceship Earth with this. So we have this built into the communication aspect. Well, we do have a solar power development timeline, a technology roadmap that we start with something much smaller than what you've seen. This is something we've just been looking at recently, a precursor mission called the Starlet, much, much smaller, about, the size of a first generation Starlink satellite. And this could deliver maybe up to 5 kilowatts of electrical power. But this is just to test the different technologies. For example, the inflatable deployment, the power transmission, and how these things would go together. So this is what we think has to happen before we move on to the space option star a few years later. This could happen maybe by 2030. And this would be very exciting. And it's really important to demonstrate space solar power so that the energy companies get interested. They want to see it work. They want to touch a rectenna, and they want to measure stuff. So it's very important for our community to have early orbital demonstrations. And like I said, having demonstrations that involve different regions of the world make it much more interesting for everybody to get excited about space solar power. Well, our technology roadmap moves on till 2035, and we have kind of a mid-size solar power satellite still using our inflatable technology and launched from Earth, but this would be put into a high elliptical orbit, similar to the Space Solar UK's concept right now. And we could use 4 satellites, and we could actually provide power to 3 different countries simultaneously. And then this would move on towards 2040, where the first SPS would be built. Now, there's a lot of concepts out there. Maybe these will be built collaborative. Maybe we will build them. We don't know really. But we put a price tag on this, which is based on the Fraser-Nash cost benefit study that they did for ESA, that the first of the kind space solar power satellite would probably cost around $15 billion. But once we go to the moon and start building solar power satellites from lunar materials, of course, we actually we don't have to launch 80% of the material. We only have to launch a lot less of material, so that actually the price of the satellites will get much, much cheaper. And we actually have a very quite high price on this because we don't really know what launch costs are really going to cost when we get that far along. And we have a replacement after 30 years, of course. So that has to be taken into account. But what's really good, if we actually have the manufacturing facility on the moon, we can actually send our satellites back to the moon and recycle them. And by the way, the monograin layer photovoltaic is 100% recyclable. So that would be a great thing to send back to the moon and make the whole concept more sustainable. Well, we've been looking at space solar power for Switzerland, and one thing is that Switzerland is going to phase out nuclear power by 2044, and it's not possible, but if you would replace nuclear power with a new nuclear power plants, and you include this 60 years of operation, you come up with a price tag of about 121 billion. But it's actually more expensive to do it with solar and wind and overbuild and storage and grid upgrade for the same thing, and you have to replace after 25 years of photovoltaics and the windmills and stuff like that. So it comes to much higher costs of around 207 billion in the 60-year period. And space solar power, including the first one for 15 billion and then 6 more at 42 billion, we come to 57 billion. So even if that's probably for our community a very high number, it's actually a lot cheaper than what Switzerland's looking at there. Well, further down the line, we think that to be truly successful, we need to have an international collaborative approach to space solar power, and we're proposing a Greater Earth Energy Organization, a multinational stakeholder organization that would come together. And the idea of having a number of nations involved is that we could de-risk the initial investment, especially if we want to go to the moon, and we'd also de-risk some of the geopolitical issues about supplying energy from space. So our next event is going to be in November at the International Conference of Energy from Space that is being proposed by the Space Energy Insights by Dr. Sanjeev Vejayan, who has been the head of Solaris at ESA for most of the time. He's now started his own organization, and this is the first thing. So we're going to be there. I hope all of you think about coming. It's going to be in a beautiful southern France environment. So that's going to happen in November. And this is my team. Our core team is myself. Andreas Vogler is a Swiss architect and has worked designing different ideas, different concepts for space. And Dr. Patrick Collins actually has a PhD in the economics of space solar power and is an expert on space tourism. And we've been working together for the last few years. So this is our strategic partners at the moment. We're building up a consortium of people who want to join together to make all of this happen. And we're hoping that we'll get together and make this a reality. So we're based in Switzerland, and if you're here, look me up. So thank you very, very much for your attention. I really appreciate the opportunity for presenting today. If you have any questions, I'm here for your convenience. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arthur. Any questions in the room? for,
Yes, very interesting. ELEO has a lot of interesting applications, but how are you proposing to get there this soon?
Well, we actually have a strategic partner that's also very interested in doing this very soon.
But, I mean, where are you going to launch it from?
Well, if ESA doesn't give us, or the European, they don't give us the launch window from Kourou, we might launch from Hainan in southern
Okay.
China.
I mean, that's still a dogleg from Kourou.
What?
You still have to change planes from Kourou. It's not equatorial.
Well, they can reach equatorial orbit from there.
Well, geo, but I don't know if they can do it. How much they can get to Leo?
Well, that's their launch center with all of their commercial rockets right now. So, and it's actually very southern in there, but it's not as advantageous as Kourou, that's for sure.
great fun. All right, other questions?
Arthur, could you explain or elaborate a little bit more on the art funding you guys describe on your website to fund the first 2 SOS projects, and if you guys have had much traction on that so far?
Well, without being very specific, because I can't right now, we do have investor interest. I mean, the energy market is just exponential. Everything is driving electricity production. So there's a lot of activity in the States. Of course, in the UK, there's space solar. Just the level of interest in space solar power is going up, and now people are quite interested to see it maybe happen and be in the beginning. So that's where we are. I attended 2 investor workshops just this week, and most of the reaction was wow, but pretty exciting. I mean, the electricity market, just to replace nuclear power with space solar power in Switzerland, it's right now, that's a 7.5 billion Swiss franc market right there. So there's a lot of potential, and there's not really another way for Switzerland to replace that deficit of electricity when they phase out nuclear power. So it's a business case. And there's a business case also for going to the moon, but that's pretty far down the line for us.
Well, we wish you luck on being able to get that up there, and hopefully we'll see this little star twinkling above us soon.
Well, that would be nice, yeah. Thank you.
Other questions? Going once, going twice? Well, thank you very much, Arthur.
Okay, my pleasure.
All right. You've heard of dyslexia before, but there's a conceptual equivalent of the same when you read the schedule and you see what you want to see as opposed to what's on the piece of paper. All right. So now we're here to address, I guess, from what we've heard in the ensuing past 2 days. One, did you hear anything that you hadn't heard before? Do you see, when you leave here, what are you going to do next? Or might you do differently from where you thought you were coming into this room? Anyone have any opinions? Well, at the risk of being rhetorical, one of the things that I found, coming here was, one, there was a renewed interest in getting some of the projects, that I've been tilting at by others, basically rediscovering that, hey, there's something going on with respect to this management operations control architecture applications, that there's folks that they didn't realize were interested. That I took, as a hardening sign. The story with respect to Spider, there's folks that were convinced that the stake had been driven through its heart, quite frankly. Okay, and that isn't what we heard today. You know, it may be on life support, but it's not dead yet.
The other thing that Nick Joseph did just a fabulous job giving us a briefing on Spider. Literally, I said it to him, but I'll say it again. It's the best and clearest and most informative briefing on the Air Force program that I've ever heard. And he was extremely candid with us about how things went with what, frankly, was judged to be an extremely poor systems level architecture. I know some of us worked on it, but what ended up being the program was a very practical and very straightforward demo project, which seems entirely reasonable, tractable, and a reasonable step forward after the NRL demo for US DoD. So I have to mention that we continue to be very cost inefficient. If in fact the number that I think it was Kevin threw out was something like $300 million, and I don't know if the demo is fully funded yet, but when the demo flies, I think it was like a kilowatt. It was like a kilowatt in space, and about 300 million. I do not believe that JAXA and METI have spent 300 million on their demo, which will do 700 watts. So I think, and then there was the 100 million at Caltech that flew 10 watts, whatever was the in-space number. Anyway, I think I would say that in order to be successful going forward, when the community does get a chunk of money on that scale, we have to be a lot more efficient with it, because it's a $500 million in 10 years on space solar power in the U.S., and so far we've flown 10 watts. That just can't be true in the future.
Well said, John. And also, to put this in context, the first presentation in the symposias that we got that was substantive with respect to Spider presented a fantasy, quite literally, in terms of the video. Okay. In a parking lot. Okay. Now, I have some understanding of why they did it and whatnot, but the point is not to, there's a juxtaposition here. The public portion of the program that was supposed to be there never happened. I was working with, AFRL on it on a pro bono basis to try and have something, real happen there. It went dark. And it ended up going down a rabbit hole. And it really didn't emerge until about a year and a half to 2 years ago, when there was a technical interchange meeting at NASA Johnson that was stood up. And a brave soul showed up that announced that he was the chief scientist, for Spider, a guy by the name of Tom Peng. And he actually started talking about what they were really doing and where they had problems and where they needed help. I was astounded, like they had gone through change of life or something, that, suddenly they were decided to come out from underneath a rock. And now we've got a situation where, with Nikolai, who has taken it within his portfolio to, try and see where this can go in terms of re-engaging with the community. I take that as a positive sign. Some folks would argue that I'm eternally optimistic, but I'm sure as hell a terrible person to be depressed with. Here, Steve.
Well, the student competition I thought there were some really strong work being done there. Some of the orbital debris stuff and yeah.
Pretty much an awful lot of those things had some technical value. Is that the shared impression?
Yeah, I thought there was some new work that had not been done before that was shown there, and the young woman who from not Stanford, but I forget where she was on the West Coast college, but UC Davis. She was kicking ass. That was amazing. Yeah. Okay.
There were some very good presentations from the student health.
Other folks wish to opine, character assassination about the co-chairs,
Can I go in on that one?
Okay.
Remember, I'm one of the co-chairs. No, not at all. Thanks, all. It's been a long time since I've attended this particular conference, and Gary and John and others have been very gracious about giving me the opportunity to present. And IT notwithstanding, I think that session went off well. Our rule of thumb for the satellite and rocket shows is if 3 people ask you a question, you've done a good job in your presentation. So thanks again, and I've learned a hell of a lot. Thank you too for being gracious and so forth. So I've enjoyed the hell out of being here. It makes me feel young again, almost like I'm in my 60s. Thanks all.
And how nice to have Paul Jaffe and Tom Nugent, co-authors of fabulous book on power beaming and actively participating.
Yes, Alan Mitchell-Szynski is one of the authors, and he is a
Yeah.
first Solus guy.
Okay.
Cool. I highly recommend that book, and I'll send out the links for it as well. There is the collected notes from William Brown, which Daryl Preble's group has published, which is absolutely extraordinary. They, yeah, it was ironic. I was. Perhaps I shouldn't name the name of the company, but they gave a presentation recently on the future in space operations, colloquia, okay, in FISO, and they started talking about how they invented the idea of multiplexing power and data, and a whole raft of things, and it was like they were utterly ignorant of the decades of work that have gone into trying to, breathe life, into power and ancillary services beaming. So we've got to be a lot better about, I think, putting our work in the future context of how you apply it. Okay, there is, and that's why I went and chased down Tom. He put out a tremendous YouTube tutorial, which he drew a lot of material from, that to me seemed to was incredibly lucid. Okay, somehow or another we've got to demystify a lot of what we've done to, basically get this stuff out of the lab and being used.
What about if we start ganging up on people that try to kill space solar power and ridicule them publicly?
I don't know, maybe dating myself, but there used to be a politician called William Proxmire who had the Golden Fleece Awards. Okay, what's the appropriate word or label that we should offer up for the politician that comes up with the most ridiculous or critique on space solar power? Yeah, Golden Fleece. That's what I said. I thought.
But what was remarkable to me, at least, for example, when the NASA report came out, January of last year, how many people online were willing to step up and say, "What the hell is that? Why is this true when it doesn't seem to be true even to a layperson?" And so that was very gratifying. That was I don't think I've ever seen that kind of response from a spectrum of people who care.
I mean, just one little modularize at the 1 kilogram level and then take hours to incorporate each one of those into the structure, my skin was crawling, and that was just one little thing, and there were a bunch of them. Yeah.
Another peculiar data point that I can offer up, I happened to be at the Italian Space Day at the embassy in Washington. And it was, towards the end of the party, and people were down a few adult beverages. And the former head or executive secretary of the National Space Council was there. Shagar, I believe is Sharad. Yeah. And he wasn't talking to anybody at the moment, so I went up and I said, would it be impertinent to ask if you thought the National Space Council was the appropriate fora for negotiating interagency policy with respect to space solar power? He looked at me really funny. Trying to decide what was the right way to respond to it, and I think he did the calculations and knew in no uncertain terms that he was a short timer. Okay, and so he answered me. He said, Gary, I talked to the FRL people, I talked to the NASA people, I talked to a number of university folks, a variety of different DoD organizations, and commercial organizations, and I came out of every one of those meetings thinking this is low TRL, which is, I believe he was using as a euphemism for saying not soup yet, it's not ready for an interagency policy. Okay, and so I said, well, what about X, Y, and Z in terms of incremental approach to doing something? He looks at me and says, what are you talking about? No one mentioned anything you've said to me in their meetings with me. Where in the hell were you a year and a half ago, for God's sakes? Now, maybe the guy was just, inventing things in whole cloth, because he was down a few beverages, talking to someone he didn't know. But that doesn't, there's no reason for him to do that. Okay, now I have talked to a few folks that supposedly had a seat at the table in a few of those meetings, and a number of folks that should have been that weren't. Okay, but there's clearly some communication problems that we've got across all levels of both government involvement and commercial involvement. In the commercial end of things, and part of the reason why we have these space solar power symposiums is the necessity of, in a very real sense, of us getting over ourselves. Okay, we need to be engaging in soliloquies with one another. We need to be engaging in conversations about how you actually make something happen. It's more about coordination, cooperation, collaboration, and providing and encouraging competition than it is about anyone's particular IP lock. Or this is my swim lane is a famous one. Okay, I think I've won the prize for applying to virtually every applicable solicitation that has been offered up by NASA in the last decade, for this stuff. Okay, and encountered no end of buzzsaws. It's amazing to have reviews that score you from ranging from the highest to the lowest, and then have it declared not applicable when you have love letters from the associate administrators saying it's a part of their portfolio and something that they have to have for future missions. It's amazing. I had the CLIPS program first solicitation for payloads. They wanted something that could be immediately repackaged and deployed. We offered them a W-beam power beaming payload that was literally a repackaging of existing equipment. And we said part of the experiment is we're going to figure out how to optimize it. Okay, we got the transmitter. Okay, and there's work that we need to be done. It was turned down by the Science Missions Directorate. And the explanation, normally, I don't know how many of you folks have dealt with this, but the post-solicitation debriefs, they're typically a half an hour recitation of what the procedure was that they went through. Ours was over 2 hours with a repeated, well, what do you mean science payloads are worried about power? You mean you want to provide an experiment that provides power to other experiments? Who would want, what is this about? The irony, and part of the reason why I'm telling you this story, is a week later, we were at the Survive and Operate Through the Night workshop that League had put on. Sitting right to my left was the solicitation manager who had done this, and after the 11th speaker explained how extreme their power requirements were, she turned at me and looked and Truce. I can see the point, but maybe it's a fault on my part. There's been argued that I speak the English language as at best the second language, whether or not my first is Fortran, Lisp, or Prolog is a matter of some debate. But somehow or another, we've got to be talking to these people.
Yeah, this is a chronic problem with the space science community. Think about how much money we spend on web. Think of how much farther ahead we would be in a space assembly if we'd taken a fraction of the money we spent on web and put it into doing space, maturing space assembly. And how much that, but there's this stovepipe or something that says, no, we cannot do technology development with space science money, even though you could do so much more space science if they would be allowed to do that. And this is just another example of that.
Didn't the science director used to have a chief technologist? Oh, yeah.
At last night's dinner, not Vicky, what was her? The associate administrator for the Science Missions Directorate was there, and she had conceded that, or actually made a point, that they had now decided that they wanted to be building a method of addressing the fact that they should have overlaps, not gaps, in terms of what they're funding. Okay, I went up afterwards because she had mentioned that, gosh, gee, they were trying to work with STMD, trying to work with the Operations Missions Directorate, and I said, well, here's an example of a mission that needs that. Is this a real process, or is this in some sense, your wishful thinking of what you would like it to be? So, hence the joke about, I still think there's some good in the agency. There's some folks that are really doing everything they can to make things happen, and particularly in the current, budgetary climate, we've got to, in some sense, help rescue these people in terms of helping them to get things done. Because the business as usual isn't going to work. And in the standard environment, we've got to be far more efficient with respect to the capital. Okay, and I grant you, I've gone from perhaps as esoteric as you could possibly be as a robotic space systems engineer to the world of commercial production IT. Okay, and I've lived the spectrum, but you've got to get better. We've got to get better about articulating what we're actually managing to do. I take it in terms of making sure. Okay.
Sorry, I want to interrupt. Please. Call it short. And I think,
So I managed when I was at JPL a study project to look at how one could do an in-space demo, a major demo for large deployable reflector, which was the in-space assembled version of James Webb, where you'd go up and you'd have a crew and they'd put it together, as opposed to having it be this perfect and beautiful kinematically deployed origami. And it would have been a fraction of the cost, but it was perceived and broadly panned as too risky. I'm not going to say it's all not being cost efficient. There's also a great deal of risk aversion in the space community, and it deters taking chances. And I'm sort of waiting for the backlash, because right now there's a lot of antipathy towards Elon for political reasons. And every time Elon fails, there's an increasing fraction of our community that cheers. And that's going to feed back into risk aversion, because he takes chances and he blows things up. He's not always right, but he's not wrong to not worry quite so much about risk. So, and that's going to affect a lot of things that we care about.
Absolutely. It was a bit past your time, John, but I sat down at one of the annual AIAA conferences with the chief scientist for James Webb. They knew they were in absolute trouble with their budget, and they needed to find a better way. And he not only conceded the point, he said geopolitically he didn't know that they were going to be able to swing it because of the launch operations, but they realized that there was indeed something that they had critically missed the boat on there, unquestionably. Other that would like to offer their thoughts?
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong here, but what I got out of this is, and there were a lot of great talks, so in fact, of course I maybe spent more time here than I usually do, but definitely saw some really high quality talks that I didn't see before. But it seems like there's a number of companies that have raised actual money to do something specialized that's not a general purpose space solar power satellite, but it's something to do with space solar power. Then there's other companies that don't really have any money and are talking about it, but are clearly not funded. And then there's certain programs that are government programs like Spider, which I'm totally shocked that they had $300 million spent. I'm just astounded. I mean, the output is more like 30 million or even 10 million. So it just shows you how absolutely inefficient the government is. It's just stunningly inefficient. And the Grumman thing is, not very efficient. And it's 100 million, but it has not achieved what you would hope you could get for 100 million.
No, Caltech was also.
The Caltech thing, yeah. So I mean, it's not a pretty picture, and it seems like what's necessary to move it forward is an organization that has some funding, enough funding to do something effective, a meaningful demonstration, a megawatt from orbit that anybody could look at and say, oh, wow, this is great. This could be scaled up. And these 5-watt demos, I think they're laughable. They're just, nobody is going to be taking it serious. What? Yeah, it'd be like 5 microwatts. I mean, I'm just saying that everything's on such a small scale and so obviously not ready for prime time that it's not helpful. And so it's tough. And I guess for a long time I've been saying I want to know what the demo project is, but I think there are well-defined demo projects. It's just that the combination of the project, the money, and the leadership is key. It can't be just some third-tier manager in some Pentagon shop who God knows what they do, but it's not very effective. And I don't know what the right way forward is. So, over.
So I will offer my opinion. And it'll be a fairly quick one because I want to go get a drink. What I've been advocating for the last few years is that it needs to be something like commercial cargo, and or with a share of focused R&D support, sort of like an X Prize, so that if you do it, you're doing it with a mix of somebody else's money and skin in the game, because that helps you to raise money. Yeah. But there has to be an opportunity to get some kind of payoff if you succeed. And so I don't think that traditional contracting is the answer. There was never a better chance than with the Pentagon money 5-6 years ago. $180 million for space solar power as a gift in the budget, and somebody seizes it and gives it to Northrop Grumman as a sole source, and then it vanishes. And as Nick Joseph was kind enough to be honest about it, said we squandered all this money on this system concept that was never going to work. It all ended up on the lab floor. But, and credit to him as, being honest about it, because that was rare. It was not in his slides, but it was in his remarks. If we don't find a way to get it out of the hands of, I hate to say it, the government R&D managers, and get companies involved who have some skin in the game. Anyway, of course, that's no guarantee, because you look at the difference. You look at the difference between Dragon and Starliner.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's 50-50.
It has to be, the class type program, but there has to be somebody who's an effective leader on the other side actually doing the right thing. And
If I can just share a perspective on that, and I have a question as well directly for you. So I appreciate the X Prize type concept. I appreciate the skin in the game concept. However, I have to say about the current funding sources that are available in this fashion, like SBIRs, STTRs, for example, these are cash flow negative activities for a small business. I can't make money by taking an SBIR. I can't feed myself.
You get 5-10 SBIRs a year. You can keep your team together.
No.
You never grow.
Okay, listen. I am a mom and pop. Okay, I write code in a basement, and it works, right? So
you couldn't be any leaner, though.
Exactly. In order to participate in SBIR, even I would have to hire someone to do all the paperwork and make sure I'm in compliance with all the necessary stuff, right? So now, in that context, what's the price tag for your megawatt in orbit? Approximate, ballpark me.
If you're doing it?
Anybody's doing it.
Depends on the person. What it should be, what it
about
should
10
be,
million.
$10 million bucks, huh? Is that not enough?
That is wildly specious.
In terms of
I'll tell you my number.
Okay.
All right, tell me your number.
Okay. My number is about $250 million. Sorry, $250 million.
$250 million.
$250 million.
And that covers launch,
That's certainly
orbital
possible. You're
maintenance,
paying over
and that's going to last, what, 10 years?
It's a demo. It's a demo.
Yeah.
Doesn't live forever.
I get it.
It's a year.
Only a year.
But in space, it's like 10 megawatts. So on the ground, it's like 10 kilowatts.
Okay, so
No.
theoretically
25,
now,
25.
theoretically now, since we've already spent that to put it in orbit, and we only expect it to last for a year, right? What do we do with it when we're done? Do we deorbit it, or do we get somebody, since we've already done the delta V to get it to orbit, somebody take it up to cislunar space and drop it in orbit there where it can be recycled?
Oh, that would be a good solution, but I don't like it. I would rather have somebody drag it to the moon.
Okay, I'm with you there.
And put it in lunar orbit and
Well,
use
yeah.
it to provide power.
That's what I was trying to say, but maybe I didn't use the right words.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I heard a very.
You want to be in one of those polar frozen orbits.
The problem with this is that 250 million. If we could do it for 10 or 15 or even 25, my guess is we could find that money. But 250 is too much. It's too much.
That's why the whole business with DOD was so depressing.
Yeah.
Because they actually gave it enough money. They gave it enough money. They gave it almost 200 million, and then they added another 100 later.
Yeah.
And they just sucked it up.
Right.
The system sucked it up. Oh my God.
The
Jump in the water. We could just suck
We got it. Okay, but the reason why I said the 10 million number is I have dealt with the, not only the shall we say, the dyed-in-the-wool cost-plus, contractors and everything down to individual consultancies. If you take it to, that to me is the minimum increment of funds that can deliver something substantive. Now, when you go through and you expand that in terms of what it takes to do that something substantive, it adds significant money to it. But, was it, David Gump at the ELV studies where he said, listen, there's 11 people talking about representing the different groups in the study, talking about the economics of it. And he said, listen, folks, there's something you need to understand here. We were all given the same problem, okay? And you told to use our resources to figure out what the answer is here. There's a factor of 3 difference between my number and the folks on the other end of that table. There's something wrong with this picture.
Well, if you look at the way that Blue approached HLS, the Human Lunar Lander, versus the way that SpaceX did it, Blue saw it as an opportunity for, and God bless Brent Sherwood. He's a good friend, known him for years. He was the manager, the capture manager. He thought, well, I'm going to treat this like a conventional contracting opportunity. And he wanted, to cost recovery and all those things. And he was 2 or 3 times more expensive. And his CEO wanted him to do that.
Yeah.
And 2 or 3 times more expensive than the SpaceX bid, and SpaceX won, and they were shocked. And they came back the next week and said, well, if you'll give us another chance at the apple, another bite at the apple, we'll
give you a better
50%.
answer. Yeah.
We got no problem cutting it by 50%. Just let us do it again, and then they didn't for a couple of years.
And that means they were at least 50%, at least half of that was profit margin for them?
No, it was stuff they wanted to do anyway, but they wanted the government to pay for it.
I get it.
Right.
So they weren't taking a haircut, they were just scaling back.
No,
Yeah.
They
We'll
were
end
going to
it.
do all the work, they just wanted
Yeah.
somebody else to pay for
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
And then they cut back on the amount of money they need to get from their annual check from Jeff. But
Yeah.
Jeff wasn't asked. He was,
Okay.
if he'd been asked, he'd have said, I believe, 10 cents on the dollar, but we've got to win this.
As opposed to digging up, more old bones, there's a couple things that I know that we can do going forward. One, we should have, an industry association of everybody that thinks they're going to, make money or do something with respect to space solar power, to acting as an advocate. Energy Now, is the working name for it. We'll work on Bethers.
Such an organization.
Hey,
I understand that.
listen, I'm gonna, it's gonna be stood up, John. One way or another. Okay.
There is a new organization called Commercial Space Federation.
And
No longer Commercial Space Flight. You talked
I have actually in the past I've been a part of it before, but I haven't talked to the recent executive director. I know. Right. So indeed, that's a very good point, Rand. The other thing is this business about other transactional authority. I know a number of folks think I'm, off in la la land with respect to the Space Act umbrella agreement play that we did, but that is an example of something that if we had that for space solar power, could make a tremendous difference. And I'm doing our damnedest to go and get.
The Space Transportation Association, Tom Rogers, great man, God rest him. It was too soon.
Right.
And that's my concern about what you're suggesting. No, I know, and you know what I know because you've been around the barn,
right.
barn. But I think it's just too soon to try to form an industry association.
Well, how about we?
I think we already have one. Somebody should talk to Dave Cavasso and say, hey.
See if he's willing to take this on.
If he'll take it on.
Hey.
But he's got a broader mandate.
Well, yeah, and so did Karina, and so did, but it's broader now.